Chapter 347. After the motorcade stopped, a group of middle-aged men with extraordinary auras got out of the car and walked over quickly. Master Yu. Du Mingtao's eyes lit up as he saw a familiar face. He quickly went up and said, "Can you bring us over? I had to beg my dad for a long time to get in here as a secretary. How am I supposed to bring you guys?" Yu Chang frowned, a trace of disdain and disgust flashing in his eyes. "Master Yu, please give us some face." Du Mingtao begged. Meng Yao and Tang Bao also looked at him expectantly. "Your friends?" Yu Chang looked at the two girls who looked familiar. They were probably famous in Jinling's socialite circle, and he didn't want to embarrass him in front of them. After some hesitation, he finally said, "All right, come over. But don't make a sound. Today's a big day." The three of them happily blended into the crowd, and Tang Bao was getting more and more shocked as she looked closer. The chief of Jinling's military, Secretary Fan of the province, Secretary Yu. They were all big shots at the provincial level. When they reached a pavilion on a mountain peak, Meng Yao and Du Mingtao looked around and were shocked as well. Su Zhenlei, Ruoqing Sis, they're all here. And these people, all of them have extraordinary auras. They're all wearing Tang suits and Chinese tunic suits. On the stone path, in between the pavilions and terraces, there were experts with imposing auras. As they blinked, their eyes glowed brightly, faintly revealing a sharp killing intent. "Mingtao, watch your eyes. Don't look around. These are all practitioners." Yu Chang frowned. He wouldn't have brought them up if he knew this was going to happen. He'd be even more screwed if his dad and the others found out. What? Practitioners? Why are there so many practitioners? Meng Yao and Tang Bao were shocked. They'd only just noticed that some of the practitioners they'd seen at Poyang Lake were here as well. Was this the same as Poyang Lake Manor? Not only that, but they'd also seen some foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes. They'd thought they were normal tourists. However, most of them were espers, fighting masters, secret technique inheritors, and eccentric cultivators. Each of them was a powerful existence. This time, they had obtained official passes from Wuxia and were allowed to watch the battle. However, after the battle, they had to leave Wuxia immediately. This was also why Chao Shixiang and the other senior officials of Wuxia had high hopes for Jiang Tian and had 100% confidence in him. "I hope we can use this battle to raise the prestige of our country, intimidate the strong people of the dark world, and scare off those who covet Wuxia. You guys also know about warriors?" Yu Chang was surprised and stunned. Then, he whispered mysteriously, "This time, it's the pinnacle battle of the martial arts world. The number 1 Grand Master of Russia versus the number 1 Grand Master on the divine list of Wuxia, Master Kong." "Master Kong? Which Master Kong? It wouldn't be Jiang Tian, right?" Tang Bao chuckled, and she was clearly teasing him. In her heart, she had a deeper impression of Jiang Tian as the crown prince of the Jiang family. Although she had heard people call Jiang Tian Master Kong, she couldn't connect him with the current Master Kong. "Huh?" Yu Chang was slightly stunned. This little girl knew Jiang Tian. However, she didn't know the truth that Jiang Tian was Kong Taichu. It seemed that their relationship was quite distant. Forget it, there was no need to tell them. Time flew by quickly as the hour hand turned. Strong people began to arrive one after another. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out. A surging and wild figure shot into the mountains like a heavy cannon, causing the earth and mountains to shake. American Fighting Master Gray, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu expert. Legend has it that he's already dead. I didn't expect him to still be alive. Many powerful figures from the dark world were shocked to see this, and they all gasped. Gray was once the top fighter in Cuba and a close comrade of Che Guevara. In the 90s, he had committed heinous crimes in the United States and killed many elites of the FBI and the CIA. In the end, he was suppressed by Blue Storm. No one had expected him to appear again 20 years later. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gray's arrival was only the beginning. Following that, many other strong people appeared and flew over. All of a sudden, a skinny old man in a yellow robe rode over on a brightly colored tiger. The tiger ran as if it was flying and roared in the forest, shocking a group of people. However, when the old man sat down, it curled up under his feet like a docile cat. One of the 3 gurus of the Indian Brahmin, Jing'an. It's said that he's the senior brother of Guru Qin Lian, who died on the peak of Mount Everest. Is he here to seek revenge on Kong Te-Chu? Many strong people present exclaimed and made all kinds of guesses. Another wave came before the first wave had subsided. Li Jinju, the goddess of South Korea. Why is she here? Someone asked in confusion. Li Jinju walked over under the escort of many South Korean strong people. Her beautiful eyes were charming and moving. Just a single glance at her would cause one's heart to beat wildly and their souls to be hooked by her. You don't know, right? She's the heir of Tanjun of South Korea. Then, other strong people appeared one after another. Some of them leaped high and low like goshawks hunting rabbits. Some of them controlled their special abilities, their bodies flashing frequently, turning into afterimages. They concealed their auras and hid in the forest like venomous snakes. Some of them moved as fast as lightning, suddenly appearing like ghosts. Some of them even rode on huge mountain eagles with wings of 5 to 6 meters. They were simply like the gods of legends. In an instant, many powerful figures showed off their abilities. Their auras surged, and their figures shot out. A total of 20 global giants of the dark world had arrived. Most of them had the combat power of a beauty state warrior and were proficient in all kinds of martial arts and secret arts. Some of them were Class D and Class S special ability users. However, they were all peerless overlords who were not far from the immortal state or even the immortal state. So many strong people. This is unprecedented. This battle is really exciting. I'm looking forward to it. How many years has it been since we last saw this? It's far more powerful than the battle between Kong Te-Chu and Lin Zhenyu, an overlord from the dark world exclaimed in shock. Lin Zhenyu is just a leader of an organization. How can he be qualified to compete with Xiao Bin? He has the support of a powerful country and is a peerless overlord who can talk to the Russian emperor directly. Someone said coldly. Be it Kong Te-Chu or Xiao Bin, they were the strongest experts of their countries and regions. They were the treasures of the country, and Lin Zhenyu could not be compared to them. It's not strange. Wang Chongyan is strong enough. He cultivates both magic and martial arts and is said to have the combat power of a half-step immortal state, but no one said that he has the power of a half-step immortal state. Today, it's a battle between 2 half-step immortal state warriors. Some strong people thought so. That's right. Kong Te-Chu and Xiao Bin, 2 strong people. One is the National Master of Singapore, the leader of the Chinese society, and the other is the founder of the Winter Soldier Organization. They should be half-step immortal state warriors. This kind of battle has not happened for a long time. Who would want to miss it? Someone nodded in agreement with excitement and expectation in his eyes. Finally, the Sky Alliance appeared. Hua Qingtian, Wei Feilong, Zhao Yuankuan, and other martial arts masters gathered. There was no lack of perfected Dharma cultivators like Hong Yi, Su Wenjie, and Tao Fengshi. The Sky Alliance. Kong Te-Chu is only in his 20s, and he already has such great power. Who can stop him in 10 years? Many strong people exclaimed in surprise. Fear rose in the hearts of many magnates of the mortal world. Yes, the Sky Alliance did not defeat Xiao Bin this time, but the power of the Sky Alliance was enough to make people afraid. Every time the Sky Alliance fought with an enemy, they followed the rule of martial arts and fought one-on-one. But if so many strong people attacked together, Xiao Bin might not be able to resist. But there were no rules in the battle in the dark world. Most of the time, it was a big fight. The one who fell was the loser, and the one who stood was the strong one. Moreover, Xiao Bin and the Winter Soldier Organization were among the top 10 super organizations in the world. It was normal that the Sky Alliance was not a match for them. But now the Sky Alliance was at least among the top 20 in the world. Moreover, Kong Tae-chu had the Singapore Chinese Society in addition to the Sky Alliance. The combination of the two made their power even stronger. Now, Kong Tae-chu's power was not to be underestimated. It could suppress 99% of the strong people and organizations present. Since the Sky Alliance is here, Kong Tae-chu should be here too. Where is Xiao Bin? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Jingyan asked with furrowed brows. Boom! With a loud sound, a figure flew over as fast as lightning. The figure landed on a huge rock in the mountain. An old man in a kendo suit, wooden clogs, and a katana at his waist suddenly appeared. Xiao Sang, your old friend came all the way from Japan to support you. Why hasn't he appeared yet? The Japanese old man's voice was like rolling thunder. It penetrated the heaven and earth and spread for 10 miles. It could be heard even in the depths of the downtown area. It was shocking. Japanese Beichen one-blade kendo master, Chiba Masahiro. His strength is among the top 20 in Japanese kendo. He is far more powerful than Chiba Masai-chi and the others. The strong people present looked at the old man in horror. Mr. Chiba, you are too impatient. Finally, a figure shot from the Banana Club into a richly ornamented pleasure boat on Moling Lake like a lightning arrow. Then, he looked at the area where the Sky Alliance was and let out a thunderous roar. Kong Tae-chu, the time is up. You should wash your neck and wait for me to chop it off. His voice was like rolling thunder, spreading in all directions. It was so domineering that everyone felt a sharp pain in their eardrums. They felt dizzy and couldn't even stand properly. Countless people looked at Xiao Bin on the pleasure boat and exclaimed, Grandmaster Xiao Bin is coming out. Kong Tae-chu should be coming out soon too. Many people clenched their fists and breathed quickly. They were waiting anxiously. They were all frightened and excited. My old friend Xiao Bin, we haven't seen each other for 20 years. It's time for us to spar. Jiang Tian hadn't come out yet. Suddenly, a figure rose from a pavilion in the northeast. Although this person was 60 years old, he didn't look old at all. Instead, his face was like jade. His skin was fair and rosy, and his hair was black. He stepped between heaven and earth, and his eyes were as deep as the sea. He stood proudly in the void, his black clothes fluttering. His sword-like eyebrows slanted to his temples, and his long hair draped over his shoulders like a waterfall. He was extraordinarily handsome. His deep eyes flickered with a bright light, and his entire body emitted a monstrous aura of an expert. He was like an unsheathed treasured sword, revealing its sharpness and awe-inspiring killing intent. Yi Zhantian. All the experts present exclaimed one after another. Their faces were filled with shock, reverence, and fear. No one expected that Yi Zhantian, who had been in seclusion for many years, would come to the battle between Xiao Bin and Kong Tae-chu. Chapter 348. Yi Zhantian. A once-in-a-century genius who reached the transcendent state at the age of 30 and became a major general in Wuxia at the age of 40. Especially in the 90s, he single-handedly launched Operation Unsheathed Sword against the evil martial artists 20 years ago. He suppressed Lin Zhenyu, retreated from the Great Circle, killed Wan Yanfang, suppressed the United Bamboo Gang, killed the Grand Magus Spirit, suppressed the witch tribe of Dianan and many other grandmasters in exchange for 30 years of peace and long-term stability in Huaxiao. He was known as the god of war in the army. His achievements were recorded in history. His honor was supreme. His fame spread across the world. Later, after he retired, he became the leader of the Wuxia Long formation and became the creator of the Grandmaster Divine List. He single-handedly suppressed Wuxia's martial artists for half a century. Wuxia's martial artists, the #1 Grandmaster in the world. It was because of him and the Long formation that the Japanese Cherry Blossom Society, the European Pantheon Temple, and the American Blue Storm did not dare to set foot in Wuxia. Wuxia was also known as the Forbidden Land of the world's Dark Masters. Kong Taichu, with his invincible momentum, won the title of the Hero of the Nation, the Good General of the Nation. However, Yi Zhantian and the Long formation were respectively praised by the higher-ups as Sword Guts and Zither Heart, unparalleled warriors of the nation, and the Great Wall of Steel, the nation's treasure. Kong Taichu may be as powerful as a dragon, invincible and undefeated since his debut, but he was still a newcomer. There was still a certain gap between him and a veteran like Yi Zhantian. Yi Zhantian is going to make a move. Seeing this, Hua Qingtian's face suddenly changed. He is also coming out. Zhao Yuankuan's brows furrowed. That's not surprising. The Long formation has been operating in secret for too long. Wuxia's martial artists only know Kong Taichu, and the Long formation and Yi Zhantian's limelight has been overshadowed by Kong Taichu. This time, he is going to kill Qiao Bin, build up his glory, and suppress Kong Taichu. Wei Feilong sighed with a complicated expression. He knew his old friend's thoughts better than anyone else. The battle at Poyang Lake where he killed Lin Zhenyu, the battle at Mount Everest, the bloodbath in Jinling, and the battle at Hassa Island in Singapore. Jiang Tian's 4 battles had made a huge impact on the world. He had been advancing triumphantly all the way, like a hot knife cutting through butter. His name was so well known that it seemed like he was about to overshadow Yi Zhantian. If Yi Zhantian did not take any action, the world would only know about Kong Taichu and forget about Yi Zhantian. At the sight of Yi Zhantian's appearance, not only the masters of Wuxia, but also many foreign masters, including Jingyan, Qin Yazhen, master of Jiu-Jitsu, Gray, and many other foreign masters, all showed a little shock and fear. They bowed their heads slightly to show their respect to this powerful man whose name had shaken Wuxia for 30 years. Xiao Bin was like a lofty mountain peak, while Yi Zhantian soared into the sky like a dragon. The two powerhouses stared at each other from afar, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Many people's hearts almost jumped out of their throats. Dark clouds as dark as ink covered the sky above Moling Lake, and the sky became gloomy. The atmosphere was so tense that it seemed as if the air had become viscous, as if water was about to drip out. Kaboom! A loud bang. Suddenly, silver snakes danced in the depths of the clouds, and thunder boomed. The wind howled, stirring up the lake water and causing heavy rain to fall. The world was in chaos. Zhantian is really going to make a move this time. What is his cultivation level now? An old man in an old military uniform stood on top of a mountain, holding a big black umbrella. He looked extraordinary, but his face was full of emotion. Next to him was a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had a powerful body and a murderous aura. He was one of the 4 great spirit generals of the Long formation, a phenomenal success physique refinement grandmaster, Xian Wu. Half a step away from immortal state. Xian Wu bowed slightly and said in a deep voice, "My master has been saving his energy for the past few years. He knows that Xiao Bin has the support of the entire Russian country and has probably entered the half a step away from immortal state." Qiao Shixiang nodded with a serious face and asked in a deep voice, "In your opinion, what is Xiao Bin's cultivation level now?" "I have fought with his disciple, Andre. In my opinion, Andre should have the power of the perfected transcendent state." Xian Wu's face was also extremely serious. He said in a deep voice, and Xiao Bin's cultivation level can only be described with one word, what? Unfathomable. Xian Wu said. The three great spirit generals behind the two, Red Bird, White Tiger, and Azure Dragon, as well as the 8 long formation experts, were all shocked and their hearts tightened. Yi Zhantian was the leader of the long formation and the pillar of Huaxia. If he fell in this battle, it would be a disaster for the martial arts community of Huaxia. For great spirit generals of the long formation, 8 troops, listen up. Suddenly, Chao Shixiang gritted his teeth and said slowly. The long formation awaits orders. The 12 peerless masters immediately straightened their bodies like swords, surging with battle intent and murderous intent. Sneak into all parts of Moling Lake. If Yi Zhantian fails, kill Xiao Bin immediately. Chao Shixiang said word by word. Yes. The 12 of them showed off their movement skills, leaping high and low, moving stealthily, quickly disappearing on the spot and sneaking into all parts of Moling Lake. Grandpa, this time, my master will win, right? Chao Jianjia asked worriedly. It will be difficult. Chao Shixiang was silent for a moment and finally shook his head with a wry smile. If Xiao Bin did not have 100% chance of winning, how would he dare to come to Huaxia? I think I have underestimated him a little. What? Master will lose? Just as Chao Jianjia was feeling anxious and troubled. Suddenly, on the shore of the lake, everywhere on Purple Mountain, many martial artists were in an uproar. Kong Teichu was here. In the depths of the lotus fields, a small black boat pushed open the waves and slowly moved towards the center of the lake. On the bow of the boat, a young man in white stood with his hands behind his back. His posture was indescribably elegant. The man's face was handsome, almost like a god descending from the heavens. Next to him stood a beautiful young girl in green clothes. She was holding an oil paper umbrella. The two of them stood side by side, like a pair of immortal couples. They could be called a pair of jade beauties, otherworldly. He is Kong Teichu. He is so young. Many rich people and high-ranking officials watching the battle exclaimed. This is Kong Teichu. Many people's faces changed dramatically, their eyes fixed on the young man. When did Master Kong become so handsome? Huaqing Tian and the others were greatly surprised. They did not know that Jiang Tian had changed his appearance to Gingjin body. He wanted to hide his identity and must not involve the Jiang family. How did he fly over just now? And he is so young. Yi Zhantian also turned around abruptly. This was the first time he saw the famous Master Kong. Qing'er, did you notice something strange? At this time, Jiang Tian on the bow of the boat suddenly frowned. Yes. Under the water. Qing'er's brows furrowed. Her face was solemn. Then she said with a little disgust, what the hell is this? It looks like a fish, but it has 4 limbs and a membrane on its fins. Why does it look so bloody and disgusting? This is a type of mutated beast called the Taotai fish. It specializes in devouring the qi and blood of martial artists, and its flesh is also a great tonic. The nutrients contained in a single Taotai fish are comparable to a top-grade pill. If so many of them are devoured and refined together, it's enough to allow an ordinary martial artist to advance to the deity realm. Specialized in consuming the blood of martial artists. Can't the martial artist kill them? Qing'er was shocked. It's useless. Jiang Tian chuckled and shook his head. This is an ancient strange beast. It doesn't kill ordinary people, but it specializes in restraining martial artists. The aura of martial artists can't hurt them. It seems that Xiao Bin didn't come here to kill me for revenge, but to advance. Qing'er quickly came to a realization. Her expression changed slightly as she said, also, look, there seems to be some, yes, there are many dormant monsters. Defective mantises, golden flying lizards, armored black crocodiles. There are more than a dozen kinds. Jiang Tian said lightly. It seems that he came to Jinling in June. He must have released these demonic beasts into Moling Lake and the surrounding mountain peaks since then. There are more than 1,000 of these Taotai fish. And these monsters can consume the blood of martial artists to refine top-grade elixirs. Hubby, he made a big fuss to lure you here, and even Yi Zhantian and many experts from around the world. His purpose is actually... Qing'er's heart suddenly sank. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this person was terrifying. Her delicate body trembled slightly. He wanted these monsters to catch us all, bite us to death, and devour us completely. Then he would take these monsters and fly away. He didn't want to make a name for himself, nor did he want revenge. He wanted to advance to the immortal state. Yes, Xiao Bin's purpose has been achieved with all the experts in the world gathered here. Jiang Tian sighed helplessly. Even Elder Qiao has been fooled by him. Now, 12 experts of the Long Formation have sneaked in. If we are not careful, we will become food for these monsters and resources for his advancement. Then what should we do? Qing'er was a little worried. Let's drive them all away first. Jiang Tian smiled bitterly and then said, Yi Zhantian. For spiritual generals of the Long Formation. Don't interfere in the dispute between me and old thief Qiao. I can kill him with one hand. Why aren't you retreating? His voice was clear and melodious, like an arrow piercing through the clouds. Everyone heard it clearly. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Yi Zhantian, the #1 expert in Huaxia. Martial arts tycoons, even veteran grandmasters like Hua Qingtian, and ordinary people, even billionaires and feudal officials, would respectfully address Yi Zhantian as War God or Dragon Head. Who would call him by his name like Jiang Tian? This Master Kong was really arrogant and domineering, extremely arrogant. The monstrous domineering aura that looked down on all the heroes in the world soared into the sky. Even the dark clouds that shrouded Moling Lake seemed to have a large hole torn open. Master Kong, the old man has been in seclusion for 10 years to wait for Lin Zhenyu and Xiao Bin to come out. Lin Zhenyu has been killed by you. No matter what, you have to leave one for the old man. Yi Zhantian had already landed on the top of a pleasure boat. He looked at Jiang Tian and smiled slightly. You are Yi Zhantian. Jiang Tian's face was calm, and he said calmly, hurry up and take your 12 children to protect the leader. You are no match for Xiao Bin. You will regret it to death if you suffer heavy losses later. Today, I will kill Xiao Bin. As soon as these words came out, many experts were stunned. They looked at each other for a while, unable to believe it. They were all stunned and shocked by Jiang Tian's monstrous domineering aura. Chapter 349. It was one thing for him to call Yi Zhantian by his name. But now, he was calling the 4 spiritual generals and the 8 divine warriors kids. Wasn't this too arrogant? The 4 spiritual generals and the 8 divine warriors had all reached the transcendent state or even the peak of the transcendent state. All of them were powerful overlords that could take on 100 men by themselves. However, Chen Fan did not take them seriously at all. He is a genius to have reached the peak of the transcendent state at such a young age. But what's the use of being a genius? Chiba Masahiro sneered. As far as I know, Yi Zhantian has already reached the half-step immortal state. Once he reached the immortal state, he would be able to use divine powers. He would be able to speak the mantra of truth, and any grandmaster would be as weak as ants. In front of Yi Zhantian, Jiang Taichu is nothing but a chicken and a pottery dog. Exactly. Kong Taichu is too arrogant. He doesn't know that there is always someone more powerful than him out there. Jingyan chanted Buddha's name as she pressed her palms together. Her face was filled with compassion and regret. She could not believe that her brother Azure Lotus would die at the hands of such an arrogant person. I am afraid that the Long formation in Yizhantian will not let him off the hook so easily. Many overlords speculated. Arrogant fool. Do you know how powerful my master is? I, Black Tortoise, will teach you a lesson. Die. By then, Black Tortoise could no longer stand it. His tall and surging body was like an angry dragon emerging from the sea. He leaped out of the water near the black boat, bringing with him a huge white wave that was more than 10 meters high, almost capsizing the small boat. Then, he let out a roar and threw a punch at Jiang Tian. Black Tortoise was known as the King of Soldiers. He had cultivated the dragon-elephant demon subduing art and had reached the transcendent state. His body was made of steel and could withstand heavy machine gun fire. He had the strength of the dragon-elephant and could shatter a 1,000-pound boulder with a single punch. Years ago, he was on a mission in a North African country and was besieged by warlords. He was able to flip over several heavy military armored vehicles with his bare hands. In ancient times, this was a peerless general who could fight against 10,000 people, just like Zhao Yun, Yan Qing, and Hua Tsubing. In his rage, he smashed his fist down. It was as if the sky was tilting and Mount Tai was pressing down. The sound of wind and thunder filled everyone's ears. A large white hole was torn open in the murmuring curtain of rain by the force of his fist. The black boat Jiang Tian was on sank slightly, and a deep hole appeared on the water's surface with a radius of 5 meters, faintly forming the shape of a fist. The entire lake seemed to tremble slightly. André, who was watching the battle from the shore, was shocked. So strong. He didn't use his full strength when fighting with me. Are you just testing me? In response, Jiang Tian's expression didn't change at all. Black Tortoise? I've heard of you. You're the so-called king of soldiers. You're just a brat. Get lost. Then, he waved his hand casually. Pa! With a loud bang, the black tortoise's huge body, which weighed over 200 kilograms, was sent flying dozens of meters away like a spinning top that had been whipped by a whip. Clang! He smashed into a rock on the shore and slowly slid down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fuck! The black tortoise struggled to get up, clenching his fists. His bell-like eyes were wide open, and his bear-like muscles were trembling slightly. His face was livid as he stared at Jiang Tian in disbelief. He had always been conceited. Although he had heard of Kong Teichu's fame, he didn't believe it at all. He had always wanted to fight with Kong Teichu. Now that Jiang Tian had made a move, he realized that he had seriously underestimated Kong Teichu's strength. Kong Teichu must have held back his strength in this slap, and only used his qi. If he had been hit by the full force of the slap, he would have died without a doubt. Yi Zhantian, are you still not leaving? Jiang Tian didn't even look at him. He turned to Yi Zhantian and smiled bitterly. Do you want to fight with me first? You want to kill Xiao Bin? Yi Zhantian was as calm as a mountain. He gently shook his head and said, maybe you have the strength, but Xiao Bin's level is beyond your imagination. It's no longer as simple as the martial arts world. Xiao Bin can only be killed by me. You're a young talent. You defeated the black tortoise today. You really live up to your reputation. You can challenge me if you want, but not now. I don't care what level is involved. Jiang Tian said lightly. My disciple Tang Linglong was injured by him. Long Wu and his son from the Heavenly Alliance were killed by him. Cheng Tian Tian and 2 dragon warriors were killed by him. Hua Qing Tian and Zhao Yuankuan were also injured. And I'm a very narrow-minded person. I don't hold grudges overnight. Today, I must kill Xiao Bin. You want to fight with me? That's fine. I'll enter Yanjin within a year. By then, we can have a battle. Yes, he had never forgotten the secret of the map of the ruins of immortality. When the time came, he would pay a visit to Professor Gu Baixian. Also, that family broke off the engagement but kept the map of the ruins of immortality for themselves. It didn't make sense. When the time came, he would take it back. Yi Zhantian hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, he waved his sleeve and used his internal force to drive the boat closer to Jiang Tian. He stopped 10 meters away from Jiang Tian. He smiled slightly and said, "I saw that you stepped on a flying sword and entered the black awning boat between the lotus leaves. That flying sword, where did you get it?" No one in the entire martial arts world knew how to control a flying sword. What exactly was this method? Also, you just waved your hand and the flying sword disappeared. Where did you hide it? Also, I know your background. You were an ordinary person 3 years ago. What kind of martial arts did you practice? How did you advance so fast? I can't figure it out. One day, you and I will fight. If you win, I'll tell you everything. If you lose, I'm sorry, you don't have the right to know. Jiang Tian smiled indifferently. This old man's perception is incredible. He seemed to have his back to me at that time, but he sensed everything. Also, you're too curious. You're like a curious baby. Do you have 3,000 questions for the rainbow cat and the blue rabbit? Are you saying that you want to drag me back to the lab and cut me into pieces? Good, very good. You're not afraid of anything. Huaxia, you're the first person who dares to talk to an old man like that. Yi Zhantian was not angry at all. He clapped his hands and smiled. You can kill Xiao Bin this time. But I have one condition. I'll be your backup. That's not too much, is it? I can't let him get away again. Jiang Tian suddenly turned to look at the cliff and smiled strangely. Did you notice that Chao Shixiang has left? Huh. That's strange. Elder Chao said that he wanted to witness the battle himself. Yi Zhantian frowned. I told him to leave. Why? There are many strange insects and fish in the water. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to. Jiang Tian shook his head helplessly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yi Zhantian wanted to cry. I tried to persuade you, but you didn't listen. Jiang Tian said sadly. Black Tortoise even attacked me. Didn't you see? Also, I'm afraid that old crook Xiao would have made his move if I told him to. You have to let the leader go first, right? For spiritual generals, 8 divine troops, Huaxia's martial arts world, friends from afar, retreat. Yi Zhantian raised his eyebrows and shouted. His voice shook a few miles away. Yi Zhantian was a supreme and respected figure in the Long formation. The 4 spiritual generals and 8 divine troops listened to him. They jumped out of the water and ran out of the cordon. However, other martial artists might not be able to follow orders like that. Most of them stayed where they were and talked among themselves. Kong Teichu, you found out. You have a good eye. Xiao Bin grinned. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. He made a series of hand seals and chanted a series of ancient spells. Thousand Beasts formation, rise. With a loud roar, he stomped his foot, causing the lake water to violently ripple. The surrounding pleasure boats shook violently, nearly capsizing. Retreat? Why should we retreat? You guys can fight like crazy, but you can't hurt me. A martial artist named Qin Zhoushuan stood at the bow of one of the boats and sneered. He was a martial arts grandmaster and the successor of the Qin family's Tai Chi fist. Andre was very indignant about his previous defeat. At this moment, he could only watch as Xiao Bin was eliminated by someone else. Suddenly. Crack. Crack. A series of bone-chilling noises rang out. In less than a minute, the boat sank into the water and was about to capsize. Huh? What is this? Fish? Disgusting. Qin Zhoushuan suddenly found a strange fish about 20 centimeters long on the bow deck. It had a long and narrow body, colorful limbs, and a mouth as sharp as a sword. He didn't take it to heart. He raised his leg and kicked out. However, there was a sudden change. The strange fish with colorful patterns suddenly flapped its fins and flew up like lightning, directly attacking Qin Zhoushuan's face at an incomparably fast speed. Qin Zhoushuan did not even have time to scream. The flying fish had penetrated his head and shot out from the back of his head with a red and white substance. Its wide-open mouth was already filled with white, steaming brain matter, which, together with its long and sharp teeth, formed a creepy and horrifying picture. Everyone was dumbfounded, as if they were clay sculptures. This was too scary. Qin Zhoushuan was a martial arts grandmaster. He had been in the ancient martial arts realm for decades and had never been defeated. However, his head was pierced by a fish and he did not even have time to scream, let alone dodge or defend. How terrifying was this? Gulp. The flying fish flapped its fins at high speed and swallowed the steaming brain matter in one gulp. Its two fish eyes shot out a greedy and cold light as it stared at the people on the boat as if it was looking at delicious food. Qin Zhoushuan had not fallen yet. The fish flew through his chest again and swallowed his heart. Then it turned back and pierced his lower abdomen again and swallowed his intestines. It repeated the process again and again. Its speed was so fast that it was dazzling. In a flash, the Taotai fish had pierced countless bloody holes in Qin Zhoushuan's body. Splash! Qin Zhoushuan was bleeding like a bloody gourd. He fell into the lake with a splash. Chapter 350. Instantly, a few hundred striped Taotai fish swam over, or they were like numerous arrows that shot out explosively as they flashed to the side of Qin Zhoushuan's corpse, and then they squeezed together in a dense mass before opening their bloody mouths and biting with all their might. The fish heads moved and blood surged, arching Qin Zhoushuan's body. After a while, Qin Zhoushuan was eaten until only a white skeleton was left. It was clean and gleaming with a cold light. Even the brain matter in the skull had been emptied. The empty eye sockets stared silently at the sky. The white bones rippled, making everyone's hair stand on end. What fish is this? Why is it so weird? Is it the legendary piranha? Everyone was shocked and exclaimed. Can piranha hurt martial artists? This is a Taotai fish, a primitive beast, a primordial monster. Let's go. Jiang Tian's voice came. In addition, you can't use your qi to resist. This fish loves martial artists' qi and blood the most. You can't resist it at all. Everyone from the Heavenly Alliance is wearing the protective jade amulet. Help the martial artists of Wuxia in time. At this time, the pleasure boat where Qin Zhoushuan was almost completely submerged in the water. Let's go. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's words, everyone displayed their movement techniques one after another, leaping high and low, shooting fiercely towards the shore. The warriors on the other pleasure boats also saw this strange scene and hurriedly followed, leaping towards the shore. Chi! 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 One by one, the Taotai fish jumped out of the water. They were so dense that it was impossible to count them. They shot toward the crowd like arrows. Hong Hichu was among the martial artists who were running away. He now had the cultivation of the phenomenal success of internal force. He stepped on the waves and ran for his life. Disgusting things, go away. Seeing the strange fish rushing toward him, the genuine qi in his body surged and his internal force shook. He slapped a Taotai fish in his face heavily. Bang! That Taotai fish was hit by the palm and was sent tumbling in the air, moving a few meters away. But immediately, it quickly waved its wide fleshy fins and floated in the air. Its fish eyes were glowing with a cold light, staring at Hong Hichu fiercely. Damn, what kind of monster is this? At this moment, Hong Hichu felt a sharp pain in his palm. His heart sank, his whole body emitted cold air, and his hair stood on end. His internal strength cultivation was also very strong. He could send a boulder weighing hundreds of kilograms flying with a single palm. However, this Taotai fish was actually so strong. It was actually safe and sound. Was it made of titanium alloy? Moreover, he felt that this Taotai fish seemed to have intelligence. Apart from the hatred in his eyes, there was also a hint of disdain. It was as if a high-level creature was looking down on a low-level creature. In just a few seconds, an extremely ear-piercing, teeth-numbing sound rang out. The Taotai fish refracted in a curved line, leaving behind afterimages in the air as it pierced towards him again. Scram! Hong Hichu couldn't dodge in time. He circulated all his qi and blood, filling every inch of his muscles and skin. In an instant, his muscles bulged and swelled. His body was like fine iron. Even if a machete were to chop him down, it would not leave a white mark. Puff! However, all of this was useless in front of the Taotai fish. His chest was instantly pierced through by the sharp fish mouth, and even the aura around him was completely absorbed by it. Hong Hichu screamed. Blood spurted out from his chest as he fell into the lake. Hichu! Beside him, Zhang Mingli exclaimed. She dived in and picked up Hong Hichu. Seeing that Hong Hichu was seriously injured, she shouted angrily, "Monster, come out. I'm going to kill you." Ever since she met Hong Hichu at the Poyang Lake Manor, the two of them had fallen in love. After a period of contact, their relationship became deeper and deeper. The Hong family of Gan Province and the Zhang family of the Five Tigers Breaking Blade also agreed to the marriage. The two of them were already engaged. Seeing her lover injured at this moment, she felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. She was furious and could not bear it. Behind her, there was the sound of water splashing. Zhang Mingli raised her long blade and turned around. She gritted her teeth. However, the moment she saw the monster, her face turned ashen. Her mouth was wide open, and she could not even make the slightest sound. The lantern-like giant eyes opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a stinky breath. Its fangs were sharp and long, shining with a cold light. They were as sharp as daggers. It was just a fish head, but it was as big as a millstone. Roar! A loud sound was heard. This adult Taotai fish swallowed Zhang Mingli from head to chest in one gulp. Its big mouth opened and closed. Its disordered fangs crazily rubbed against each other. It chewed and swallowed. Broken bones, fresh blood, and pieces of internal organs splattered everywhere. Mingli! Zhang Qitian roared. His tiger eyes were filled with tears. He pounced like a tiger and chopped down on the fish head with his blade. However, it was useless. Zhang Qitian's long blade was immediately shaken out of his hand, and the blade turned over. In the next moment, he was also attacked by many Taotai fish. He turned into a pile of flesh and bones and was swallowed into the fish's stomach. Such frightening scenes were happening all over the area of Moling Lake. Screams, cries of pain, and curses were incessant. One after another, martial experts fell into the water and were swallowed by the densely packed Taotai fish. Soon, the water was dyed red with blood. White skeletons floated into the air one after another. The people watching the battle on the mountain peak were also affected. Many people fell. Even Jing'an was trapped by many monsters. Then, more than a dozen Taotai fish jumped over and ate him clean. Only a pile of bones was left. This was a bloody scene. It was incomparably horrifying. Everywhere, there were powerhouses screaming, calling for help, and cursing. In the pouring rain, powerhouses were injured and fell. In the blink of an eye, they were eaten clean by many monsters and turned into piles of white bones. This time, Xiao Bin's layout was like an inescapable net. Monsters were everywhere within a few miles. There were golden flying lizards flying around in the sky. There were defective mantises, armored black crocodiles, and many other monsters in the forest. There were even tao-tai fish by the lake. There was simply nothing in the world that could not be found. Although there were people from the Heaven Alliance escorting many martial artists out. However, the tao-tai fish and many other monsters were too ferocious. Nevertheless, the martial artists' losses were still great. In just a few minutes, several Grandmaster-level powerhouses had fallen. Martial artists with internal strength and iron body, as well as other powerhouses and superpowered people from all over the world, were also killed or injured. On the contrary, ordinary people were not attacked. They screamed and were immediately escorted out by the guards. But after a scare, a few days of nightmares, and a few years or even a lifetime of psychological trauma, it was inevitable. Although Yi Zhantian was not injured, he was also flustered by these tao-tai fish. It was simply too strange. Even if his chi-condensing weapon could split a tank in half, it could not do anything to these strange fish. Seeing martial artists fall one by one, Yi Zhantian was furious. He shouted coldly, "Old thief Qiao, you entered Wuxia in the name of martial arts competition. Your target was me and Kong Te-Chu. Now that you have killed so many people, aren't you afraid that the military will use heavy weapons to blow you to pieces? I can break through to the immortal state in an hour. Unless you use nuclear weapons, you can't hurt me." "What? You want to kill me with nuclear weapons? Too bad, this is Wuxia, this is Jin City, you can use nuclear weapons to blow me up. Millions of people will die with you anyway." Xiao Bin's blood qi surged and his cultivation rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. He laughed triumphantly. "Old thief Qiao, have you absorbed enough? Have you reached the peak of the immortal state?" Suddenly, Jiang Tian laughed. Kong Te-Chu, you have a good eye. How did you know I was absorbing?" Xiao Bin laughed strangely. His eyes were bloodshot and flashed with demonic light. Blood qi surged from his body. "There is a fish queen on your back. It can absorb the blood qi of all the worker fish from a distance and then you can absorb it and convert it. This is even faster than refining elixirs." Jiang Tian laughed. "Kong Te-Chu, you are a cultivation genius. You are much more knowledgeable than Yi Zhantian and the others." Xiao Bin was slightly startled before he nodded his head in admiration. Then, he faintly smiled and said, "You're right. This kind of fish is from the Arctic. They have strong vitality and can survive in both seawater and fresh water. It was an ancient shaman in the Caucasus region who taught me how to use these fish. They call these fish bloodthirsty water wolves. I didn't expect you to know their habits. I have tamed the fish queen with the ancient method taught by the shaman. She lives in my body and infuses the blood qi she absorbed into my body to form my cultivation. But I don't know why you didn't do it. Do you know that the fish queen has absorbed the blood qi of 10 transcendent state cultivators? After I absorb all of them, I can enter the immortal state and see the truth of the immortal state." Xiao Bin asked. Yi Zhantian looked at Jiang Tian curiously and anxiously. These worker fish can't be too far away from the fish queen. Many martial artists have retreated to a safe area. Whether I strike earlier or later, I can still kill you with a raise of my hand. I'm not going to kill you. I just want to ask you, where did you find these fish in the Arctic? If you tell me, I will spare your life today." Jiang Tian asked patiently. These tao-tai fish were mutated species from the Great Desolate Era. Jiang Tian guessed that they might have come from the immortal ruins realm. "Kong Te-Chu, don't talk nonsense. I am about to enter the immortal state. You are no match for me." Xiao Bin was extremely arrogant and domineering. He smiled coldly and said, "Are you interested in the blood qi cultivation method?" Seeing that you are a genius, if you obediently give half of your blood essence to me and become my blood chi cauldron, I will take you as my disciple and teach you how to use the Taotai fish. By then, you will be able to break through to the God realm. Bah! You call yourself an old man. I think I should call you an old man. Your blood cauldron method is so crude and trashy. Do you think I care about it? Jiang Tian sneered and turned into a flash of light, rushing toward Xiao Bin. He had already cultivated the gung metal divine body, so he chose to fight with his iron body. Jiang Tian was fast and arrived in front of Xiao Bin in the blink of an eye. Xiao Bin guffawed and said, Tai Chu, you are good. However, it will only speed up the speed of your death. He punched at Jiang Tian's chest like a cannonball. Chapter 351. With this punch, the wind howled, the temperature plummeted, and the world changed. The violent fist force and chi spread out in all directions, and a 10-meter-tall wave was set off. The gaily painted boat under Xiao Bin's feet was crushed like a piece of paper. The entire surface of the lake shook, and huge waves surged, pushing towards the shore. Many aquatic plants, colorful fish, prawns, and crabs all fell to the ground. The power of one punch is so terrifying. The people who had retreated to the safety line exclaimed. They couldn't believe it. This is the North Deep Frozen Fist. An overlord exclaimed and his eyes almost popped out. The power of this punch was like a nuclear explosion. It could even smash an armored vehicle into a discus. Clang! Clang! A deafening sound that sounded like a yellow bell rang out, spreading out for miles. The punch landed on Jiang Tian's chest. Xiao Bin's arm was numb and his body swayed. He slid back 10 meters and looked shocked. However, Jiang Tian was unharmed. He sneered and said, Xiao Bin, is this the power of a half-step immortal state warrior? Trash! Kong Te Chu, you are indeed powerful. But if you think this is all I have, then you are wrong. I will kill you until you are in despair. Xiao Bin's eyes were as cold and sharp as a blade. His domineering aura was boundless. He let out a cold shout and formed a seal with both hands. Then, he punched out again and shouted, This old man has been sitting in the extreme cold of the far north. I have walked through thousands of miles of glaciers in Siberia and absorbed the extremely cold aura. I have cultivated the northern dark frost fist. After the punch, the water surged and the next second, the cold air surged and the water within 100 meters froze. 10,000 miles freeze. Even the monstrous waves that were 10 meters high were instantly frozen into ice lumps. They quickly came to a standstill and were as sparkling and translucent as glass. Among them, there were many colorful fish, red lobsters, green turtles, and other aquatic creatures that were frozen alive, maintaining their posture for a moment. It was very beautiful, like the world's most exquisite artwork. What? Xiao Bin is so scary. He is indeed a half-step immortal state warrior. His words are the truth. Normal transcendent masters would not be able to withstand this punch. Hua Qingtian and the others who had retreated to the safety of the mountaintop exclaimed in shock. They were worried for Jiang Tian. Once an immortal state warrior reached the immortal state, he would be able to control the essence chi of heaven and earth and turn it into an attack. This chilling aura was actually able to cover an area of several hundred meters. It was truly terrifying. Kong Te Chu, watch out. Yi Zhantian's face paled and he quickly retreated a few hundred meters. The dark north glacial fist was too domineering. The temperature suddenly dropped to several dozen degrees below zero. Normal transcendent grandmasters would be frozen into ice blocks and lose the ability to move, allowing Xiao Bin to shatter them with a single slap. Jiang Tian was only about 10 meters away from Xiao Bin. When the cold air reached Jiang Tian's body, his body also became sluggish. His entire body was covered in white translucent ice and snow, as if he had turned into an iceman. He could not move at all. "Huh, Kong Te-Chu, you can't take it anymore." Xiao Bin laughed like a madman. He slowly stepped on the solid ice and walked towards Jiang Tian. He said proudly, "This old man was lucky enough to be able to cultivate the frigid aura in the extreme north for more than 20 years. Not to mention you, even if it was Yi Zhantian or Yi Zhantian's father, Yi Tianren, I can still freeze them into ice." "Oh no, Master Kong is frozen. What should we do?" Many martial artists exclaimed, their hearts filled with despair and sadness. Before this, they still thought that Xiao Bin was just exchanging pointers without hurting anyone, which was not a loss of the demeanor of a grandmaster. But now they realized that Xiao Bin had set up an inescapable net to plot against all the martial artists in Huaxia. They could not help but hate Xiao Bin to the bone. At this time, no one wanted Jiang Tian to be defeated. "Go and rescue him." Everyone in the Sky Alliance rushed to the center of the lake without saying a word. Just as they rushed to the lakeside, a sneer was heard. "Old Xiao, do you think you can freeze me to death? Dream on." Before the voice died away, everyone was stunned and ecstatic to see Jiang Tian suddenly move. The huge ice blocks under his feet with a radius of 100 meters and a thickness of more than 10 meters were all shattered. His joints made a harsh sound of metal rubbing against each other. The force rose from his feet and quickly gathered in his fist. Golden light flashed on his fist. It was like a high-speed train containing endless power. With a bang, it hit Xiao Bin's chest. Whoosh! This time, Xiao Bin was directly beaten like a rag doll. He flew more than 100 meters away. His chest was broken and he spat out blood mixed with pieces of his internal organs. Kong Te-Chu is indeed Kong Te-Chu. He can even withstand such extreme cold energy. Yes, how did he do it? Countless people exclaimed and were shocked. Jiang Tian had the Genjin divine body, which was extremely powerful. Not to mention the cold energy that was dozens of degrees below zero, he could even come and go freely in the 9 Serenities underground fire sea. He was not even afraid of a nuclear explosion. He deliberately did not move just now to attract Xiao Bin to come closer. Good, good. I'm afraid Xiao Bin will lose half of his life after this punch. Someone cheered. Kong Te-Chu, you're really strong. You're the first person who can hurt me in 20 years. Xiao Bin clutched his chest in pain. He was furious, gnashing his teeth and roaring furiously. The billowing murderous aura mixed with the surging blood chi rushed to the sky, covering the area 10 meters above his head with a red glow. It looked extremely demonic and domineering. Everyone was shocked to see this. Under the surging blood chi, his broken bones connected, his blood vessels grew, and his muscles expanded. All the wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a breath's time, he recovered as if he was never injured. What kind of sorcery is this? Yeah, I didn't see him take any pills or use any spells to heal his body. Oh my God. This is too scary. It's like an immortal body. Countless people were shocked. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Kong Te-Chu, even if you kill me 10 times, I can still come back to life with the nourishment of the Fish Queen's blood and the Blood Clan's divine art of blood refinement. But you, Kong Te-Chu, have 10 lives for me to kill. Xiao Bin laughed loudly, and like a torpedo, he flew close to the water, pushing aside the surging waves, and rushed towards Jiang Tian with an indomitable will. The blood-gathering sorcery of the Caucasus ancient shamans, the Blood Clan's divine art of blood refinement, the northern underworld frost spell, Yi Zhantian's face darkened and his brows furrowed. These 3 Dharma spells were the most powerful cultivation arts and dark arts. Not only was Xiao Bin half a step away from immortal state, but he was also able to use the blood essence of many transcendent state cultivators to heal his damaged body. Even if Yi Zhantian were in Jiang Tian's position, he would not be able to withstand the attack. 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. Go to hell. Boom. He slapped out with his palm, and the cold ice aura condensed into numerous ice arrows, shooting toward Jiang Tian in a densely packed manner. These ice arrows were like green jade, sparkling and translucent. Under the sunlight, they shone with a dazzling luster and were extremely beautiful. However, each one of them was incomparably sharp and heavy. They could penetrate a few centimeters thick steel plate. Thousands of ice arrows flew across the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Numerous ice arrows pierced through the air, bringing with them a sharp whistling sound, like a long dragon of ice arrows. This terrifying power was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than Oyila's true chi. Even 10 transcendent grandmasters would not be able to withstand it. Chapter 352. Humph. How do you know how powerful I am? Jiang Tian didn't even try to dodge the attack. Instead, the energy of his gunmetal divine body soared. 1. He stomped on the ground and created a 10-meter deep crater on the lake's surface. He shot up into the air and blocked the thousands of ice arrows with his body. Bang! 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 Crack! Dense explosive sounds kept ringing out. Under Jiang Tian's rampage, the ice arrows were all shattered like paper. Streams of ice shards and aura shot out in all directions, like a fairy scattering flowers. How is this possible? Kong Te Chu, what kind of body do you have? How could you withstand my 1,000 piercing ice arrows? Xiao Bin's face paled. His body trembled violently and he almost fell into the water. You don't deserve to know. Jiang Tian took advantage of the falling momentum and slammed his palm down. Kaboom! A giant golden palm, more than 10 meters long, suddenly appeared in the void, like a Buddha pouring down the Five-Finger Mountain, like Gonggong touching the Buzhou Mountain, with infinite power, slammed down with a loud bang. You can't kill me. Xiao Bin roared at the sky. His eyes looked like they were about to split open as he threw a punch towards the sky. As the fist soared into the sky, a large hole seemed to have been torn open in the torrential rain. The raindrops slanted and shot in all directions, and even rose up upside down. In an instant, they turned into ice crystals and snow, and all kinds of strange scenes appeared. Boom! The giant ice fist collided with the golden palm. Instantly, the ice fist shattered and exploded. It was as if dozens of cannonballs had been dropped simultaneously. The water within a radius of 100 meters was boiling. Countless fishes and prawns were smashed into meat paste. The entire surface of the lake shook violently. Waves rose and fell, and turbid waves rose into the sky, pushing in all directions. Even though the crowd was a few hundred meters away, they were still dizzy from the terrifying energy. Ordinary people even bled from their orifices and passed out. Is this the power of a half-step immortal state warrior? It's terrifying. It's too powerful. It's beyond the peak of the transcendent state. It's going to destroy the world. Many people screamed in fear. Xiao Bin threw out 3 punches in a row, but he still couldn't stop the power of the giant golden palm. He spat out blood and sank to the bottom of the water. Half a minute later, Xiao Bin appeared like a ghost 100 meters behind Jiang Tian. A long ice blade condensed in his hand, and in the next moment, he slashed at the back of Jiang Tian's neck without hesitation. Be careful. Yi Zhantian's pupils constricted abruptly. He did not even have the time to remind him. His eyes dimmed and fell into despair. Was Kong Te Chu really going to be killed by old thief Qiao? Then he might not be able to withstand it. If that was the case, not only would Huaxia suffer heavy losses in this battle, old thief Qiao would also bring back the blood essence of many warriors. If he stepped into the immortal state, he would be a great threat to Huaxia's martial arts world. Seeing that the long ice blade was about to behead Jiang Tian, Xiao Bin was pleased with himself. The smile on his face grew wider and wider, and he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He had achieved a great victory this time. Not only did he get his revenge, but he also collected the blood essence of dozens of powerful warriors. It was a fruitful trip, and he was just around the corner to reach the immortal state. Then he would be able to reach the immortal state. There was no one at the moment. Maybe Zeus of the Western Pantheon had reached the immortal state, but it was only a legend. Then he would be the most powerful warrior in the world. No one could stop him except for those old monsters who had been hibernating for a long time. But just as he was about to burst into laughter, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He looked down and saw the tip of a sharp sword sticking out of his chest. Then he felt a sharp pain. How is this possible? Xiao Bin's smile froze on his face. He didn't see where the black sword came from. How did it pierce his heart from behind? Chi! Little black flying sword flew into Jiang Tian's hand with a mist of blood and pieces of internal organs. Jiang Tian turned around leisurely and looked at Xiao Bin with a smile. Is this a flying sword? It only appeared in legends. How can a warrior in Huaxia control a flying sword? Even a perfected cultivator can't do it. Xiao Bin's face was pale, and he spat out blood from his mouth. He clutched his chest in pain and stared at Jiang Tian. He exclaimed, also, how did you find out that I was sneak attacking you? I didn't make any sound, and I even restrained my aura. You know that my spiritual perception is strong, but you're still so careless. Then you deserve to die. Jiang Tian sneered and waved his hand. The flying sword pierced through Xiao Bin's chest with a mist of blood. Blood escape of 1,000 miles. Xiao Bin used all his strength to perform the blood escape technique. He turned into a mist of blood and flew hundreds of meters back to the shore. Blood refinement divine formula. He stomped his feet on the ground, and his eyes were about to crack. He roared and performed the secret technique again, trying to repair his injured body. He glared at Jiang Tian with hatred and murderous intent. Kong Te Chu, this old man said that you can't kill this old man unless you behead me directly. What's the use of stabbing my heart? This old man can repair my body in seconds. This time, I will never let you go. This old man has suppressed in Russia for 20 years, and I have never failed. Do you think that I will give you another chance? Jiang Tian sneered. He opened his right hand and grabbed at Xiao Bin from afar. He shouted in a low voice. 1,000 gold sect leader. At this moment, Xiao Bin was horrified to see a bloody mist on his skin. It was terrifyingly red, and blood was flowing out of his pores. Soon, drops of blood gathered on the surface of his body and turned into streams of blood. Blood gushed out crazily, pulling out red threads and flowing into Jiang Tian's hand. Xiao Bin's skin was shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye. What is this? A technique that deprives vitality. This is impossible. I am already at the peak of the half-step divine realm. My body is immortal. How can your technique do that? Xiao Bin exclaimed loudly and performed the secret technique. He concealed his spirit and qi to the extreme, trying to control the flowing blood and absorb and refine the essence and blood of the warriors absorbed by the fish queen to strengthen himself. But everything was useless. A layer of blood was lingering on the surface of his body, like a jumping red flame. His blood was out of control. No matter how many secret techniques he used, it still kept flowing toward Jiang Tian. And between Jiang Tian's fingers and palms, the blood gathered into a red ball, shining with a strange metallic luster. It looked very condensed. Ah, it hurts. Xiao Bin's face gradually turned pale. His skin even cracked, his full muscles shriveled, and blood flowed out of his body. He couldn't help but scream in pain. Xiao Bin could cultivate in the cold extreme north for 20 years. His heart was very tough, but at this moment, he couldn't stand it anymore. This kind of torture was very torturous, as if he was in the furnace of purgatory. His flesh seemed to be peeled off piece by piece. It was a pain that humans couldn't bear. Let me go. What kind of evil technique is this? He struggled and screamed desperately, rolling and crying, as if he wanted to escape from Jiang Tian's control. His body left streaks of blood on the ground, the rocks, and the grass, but he still couldn't break free. What was more frightening was that the blood on the grass on the rocks flew up quickly and gathered between Jiang Tian's fingers and palms. Kong Te Chu 1. What kind of technique is this? He forced Xiao Bin to beg for mercy. He turned the tables in an instant. It's like an instant kill. Old thief Xiao only fought with Kong Te Chu for 2 or 3 rounds. Kong Te Chu is too powerful. Countless martial artists exclaimed, shocked to the extreme. Xiao Bin was half a step away from the immortal state, and he was at his peak state. Even if Jiang Tian was half a step away from the immortal state, it would take hours or even days and nights to defeat him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tian suppressed Xiao Bin in just a few minutes. It was like an instant kill. It showed that Jiang Tian's strength was like the difference between heaven and earth, far surpassing Jiang Tian. Is he in the immortal state? Many people were stunned. He is so powerful. He can deprive Xiao Bin of his qi and blood. Yi Zhantian's eyes were filled with fear, and his whole body was shivering. He was already amazed that Jiang Tian could suppress Xiao Bin. But now, Xiao Bin was completely under Jiang Tian's control. He even begged for mercy without caring about his dignity. It could be said that Jiang Tian was completely crushing him. My Gengjin divine body's divine power of 1,000 gold can control all metal elements at the atomic level. Everyone's blood contains iron elements. No one can stop me if I want to extract their blood. Jiang Tian sneered in his heart. He quickly used the divine power of 1,000 gold to rob and extract Xiao Bin's blood. Chapter 353. Qi and blood. Qi and blood were the 2 most important life substances in the human body. Su Wen Theory of Scripture Tuning once said, the owner of a human is blood and qi. Qi was the manifestation and derivation of blood, and blood was the foundation and carrier of qi. A martial artist's cultivation of qi was built on a strong foundation of flesh and blood. Without flesh and blood, it would be like a skyscraper that had its foundation destroyed. Everything would be like a castle in the air, a bubble in a dream that would immediately collapse. Jiang Tian used 1,000 gold sword technique to completely suck away the blood and qi that Xiao Bin was so proud of. No matter how many secret techniques he had, it was useless against Jiang Tian's method of removing the firewood from under the cauldron. Kong Te Chu, what kind of evil technique is this? Let me go and have a fair fight with me. At first, Xiao Bin was still very unconvinced. He rolled and struggled on the ground while roaring angrily. Kong Te Chu, you are a demon. It's too painful. Beast. Evil technique to hurt me. I will take revenge and kill you 100 times over. He was still cursing and threatening. Kong Te Chu, I admit defeat. Let me go. I am willing to be your slave and dog and follow you for life. Gradually, Xiao Bin could not take it anymore. He threw away the dignity of a peerless martial artist and begged for mercy with a hoarse voice like a dog barking. It was full of pain and fear. TSK, you old dog. You are so skinny that you are just skin and bones. Too useless. Go and die. Jiang Tian sneered. The ball of blood between his fingers became bigger and bigger. It was already the size of a basketball. Kong Te Chu, give me a stab and let me die quickly. I beg of you, In the end, Xiao Bin could not take the pain of having his tendons pulled out and his skin peeled off. He could only ask for a quick death. Jiang Tian ignored him and allowed Xiao Bin to curse and beg for mercy. He turned a deaf ear to him and continued to use his divine ability. Less than 5 minutes had passed. The Taotai fish, queen, on Xiao Bin's back had fallen off. It was as shriveled as a dried fish and had completely lost its vitality. Without the infusion of fresh blood, Xiao Bin's body began to dry up at an even faster rate. His muscles shriveled up and his skin turned dull. There was no trace of blood in his body. He was all skin and bones, just like a mummy. He was on the verge of death as he fell to the ground. In the end, his eyes closed, and he passed away while carrying boundless terror and pain. At this time, if his body was carried to the laboratory table to be sliced and examined with a high-powered microscope, one would find that there was almost no trace of blood in his body. Every piece of his internal organs, every bone, and every inch of his muscles had become as dry as wood. Even after being squeezed by 5-star physics, not a single drop of blood was squeezed out. July 15, 2009, on Moling Lake. The veteran Grandmaster of the Republic of China, the founder of the Russian Winter Army, blood-refining sect, Xiao Bin, was dead. Everyone was shocked. Xiao Bin is dead. Huaqin Tian was in disbelief. Xiao Bin died just like that. Yi Zhantian looked at Jiang Tian in a different light. Before this battle, he thought that he could compete with Jiang Tian and even suppress Jiang Tian. After all, he had stepped into the real half-step divine state more than a year ago. But now he knew that Jiang Tian's cultivation had definitely stepped into the half-step divine state and was at its peak. He was definitely no match for Jiang Tian. For a time, the warriors from Wuxia and the strong ones from the Dark World all looked at Jiang Tian in horror. Their eyes were full of reverence. They knew that from now on, a peerless strong man who could awe the whole world would rise and shine on the earth. Kong Taichu, the world's youngest grandmaster of martial arts, and perhaps even the world's youngest half-step divine state. Divine state. Kong Taichu is too strong. He cultivates both magic and martial arts. His fists can shatter the world and his magic can control the sky. Looking at Jiang Tian's slender back, Yi Zhantian felt as if he was looking at his former self, who was full of vigor and vitality. Every word he spoke was punctuated by a sudden feeling of a hero past his prime. He was also a talented man and had been taught by the most powerful man in Huaxia, Yi Tianren, but he only stepped into the half-step divine state at the age of 70. Now, Jiang Tian had stepped into the half-step divine state at the age of 26 and was better than him. Everyone was shocked. Xiao Bin was backed by Russia, a superpower in the world. He had access to countless cultivation resources and had successfully reached the half-step divine realm. He had traveled all the way to the south and defeated grandmasters one after another. How powerful, how glorious, and how domineering was he! Today, he had set up the formation of beasts and used the blood and chi of dozens of strong men as resources to force himself into the divine state. It was a far-sighted and painstaking plan. But still, he was defeated by Jiang Tian's powerful dharma spells and martial arts. After much torture, Huaxia finally lost his life. Jiang Tian swayed his body and came to the shore. He came to Xiao Bin's body. All the overlords bowed their heads and saluted to show their respect to this invincible overlord. Even Chiba Masahiro, who was unhappy with Jiang Tian, lowered his arrogant head with a panicked expression. Only the golden-haired and blue-eyed Russian expert, Andrei, flew to Jiang Tian and cupped his fists. Master Kong, I want to take my master's body back and bury him in the tundra where he cultivated. Master Kong, please show mercy. This kind of trash, of course, should die without a burial ground. Jiang Tian didn't even look at him. He cast a fireball talisman and burned Xiao Bin's body to ashes. You. Andre was enraged, and he glared at Jiang Tian with a face full of hatred. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. Not convinced? Go to hell. Jiang Tian waved his hand and slashed down with the Ginjin Qi weapon. Qi. Andre did not even have the time to scream before Jiang Tian split him in half from head to crotch in the surging waves of blood. This is a corpse whipping. Master Kong is as powerful as a dragon. We can't offend him. Many experts looked at Xiao Bin's body that had already turned into charcoal, and their hearts shuddered as they trembled. From now on, what faction in the world could challenge Kong Te-Chu? Even the Cherry Blossom Society and the Palace of the Gods would have to think twice before meeting Kong Te-Chu. 3 hours had passed since the battle. Banana Club. It was sunny after the rain. The banana leaves had been battered to pieces by the storm, but after being nourished by the rain, they stubbornly grew even more green, looking even more verdant and full of vitality. The broken branches of the pine and cypress fell into the puddle, emitting a slightly spicy and refreshing smell. The bright yellow setting sun shone through the paper window, leaving a gentle light on the tea table. Su Ruochen, who was kneeling in front of the tea table, was making tea. Her jade-white hands were slightly trembling. The underground queen of Jinling City was so nervous that she couldn't even perform her smooth tea ceremony. This tea is Mengding Huangya. It was picked from the mother tea tree used by the imperial family during the Qin dynasty on Mengding Mountain in western Sichuan. The annual production is only 10 caddies. This old man begged the owner of the tea plantation and begged him to get 1 caddy. Come and have a taste. Ha, have a taste. Su Zhenlei, who was sitting on the side, was also nervous. He didn't know where to put his hands and feet, and introduced with a stiff smile. No wonder they were nervous, because the 3 people drinking tea were the 2 top martial arts giants in Huaxia. Kong Te-Chu and Yi Zhantian. Next to them was Madame Jiang, a peerless overlord who could be called a heroine. Yi Zhantian picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said with a chuckle, Jiang Tian, do you know the consequences of killing Xiao Bin? What consequences? Jiang Tian asked with a calm smile. Yi Zhantian's face was solemn. He said with worry, Xiao Bin is one of the 3 giants of the Russian Winter Soldier Organization. He is very prestigious and has many disciples and fans. He once promoted the integration of Caucasian shamanism, werewolves, and the military. He has many friends in the world of overlords in Russia. If he dies, it can be said that the Winter Soldier Organization and the entire Russian army will be shaken. If I'm not mistaken, you have already been on the Winter Soldier Organization's must-kill list. So what? Jiang Tian's face was calm. He sneered, at worst, we can wash Jinling with blood again. Chapter 354. Jiang Tian, your thinking is too simple. Yi Zhantian smiled bitterly. The Great Circle isn't that powerful. In the end, it's just a little bit of money. But there are many things in the world that money can't buy. For example, the technological strength that can stimulate awakened ability users. For example, many cutting-edge weapons at the forefront of technology. And Xiao Bin has Russia as his backing. He has a lot of intelligence, research, espionage, ability user organizations, and is loyal. These are definitely not comparable to the strong people from the Dark World who came to Jinling last time. At this point, he looked deeply at Jiang Tian and said in a deep voice, Jiang Tian, I know that you used to be the chief martial arts consultant of War Dragon. It can be seen that you are still close to the military. So, do you have any plans to go further in the military? If you are, I will immediately report and let you enter the upper echelons of the military. You will definitely be a major general. You can even be the team leader of the Long Formation. He said earnestly, I'm afraid there isn't a single person in Huaxia's martial arts world who can compare to you. A young grandmaster like you is the top talent that the military urgently needs. In the future, I can guarantee you a promising future. You think too much, Mr. God of War. Jiang Tian shook his head and said with a faint smile, I became the martial arts consultant of War Dragon just to repay the favor of the Tang family. Besides, I don't care anymore. Tang Linglong has already received part of my inheritance. There is no problem for her to teach me. To be honest, I have no interest in military affairs. I am used to being a wild crane and can't stand being restrained. Yi Zhantian sighed regretfully. Then, his eyes flashed and he smiled. Well, let's not talk about this for now. I have one more question. If the country needs you in the future, are you willing to do your part for Huaxia? Jiang Tian sensed the deep meaning in his words. He lifted his eyelids and glanced at him, saying, if those forces hostile to Huaxia provoke me, I will not be polite. Just like how I killed Xiaobin today, I will cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. It can be considered as cutting off the malignant tumor of Huaxia. Let me remind you that the Japanese Sakura Society was behind the Nie family that you eliminated back then. Yi Zhantian's face was grim. There are many ninjas, onmyojis, and kendo masters among them. Especially the ninja onmyojis, they are proficient in concealment, assassination, and the art of exorcism. They are very difficult to deal with. Moreover, they are a notorious special intelligence agency. They have no bottom line, are unscrupulous, and will do anything. If they can't kill you, they might make a move on your family. So, you have to be very careful in this regard. Are you saying that they might attack my family and friends? Jiang Tian's eyes emitted a heart-palpitating killing intent. It could be said that attacking his family was something that Jiang Tian absolutely could not accept and tolerate. He had returned after 10,000 years of cultivation to protect his family and friends. He would never let anything happen to them. However, Jiang Tian calmed down quickly. He had already prepared for this, and it was almost time. Forming the Heavenly Alliance and recruiting martial arts colleagues and allies was one of the methods. The forces of Jiangbei, the Shenong School, Qiu Gong, Li Zhenwei, Shen Mange, and the others earlier, the Huaqingtian family of Zhong Province, the Zhao Yuankuan family of Yi Province, the Wei Feilong family of Wei Feilong, and the Chinese Society of Singapore were all part of this list. In fact, if the military had not wanted to defeat Xiaobin in a fair fight, these forces would have ganged up on him. Xiaobin would have died under the joint attack of Huaqingtian and the others without having to do anything himself. Forging the best protective jade talisman and setting up the great dragon crouching formation was another method. Another method was to impart cultivation techniques to his family members. This method had already worked on Qing'er. As for his grandfather, parents, and sister Ziwei, it would take time. Once all of them had embarked on the path of cultivation, the Jiang family of Jinlin City would be as impregnable as a rock. Even if the entire Cherry Blossom Society was involved in the assassination, the Jiang family would still be able to put up a fight. Jiang Tian knew that the best defense was offense. Taking the initiative to eliminate the enemy was the most crucial method. Just like how he dealt with the Chinese Society of Singapore, Wang Chongyan had befriended many Nanyang witchcraft masters and had the capital to make a comeback. As for himself, he did not even give Wang Chongyan a chance to make a move. He took the initiative to kill Wang Chongyan and snatch the gold and wood spiritual cores. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian smiled faintly and said, "Oh, about that. Don't worry, I am preparing to go to South Korea and East Asia to eliminate the Cherry Blossom Society." What? Yi Zhantian was shocked and could not believe what he had just heard. Jiang Tian was indeed a prodigy. He had reached the half-step to immortal state before the age of 30. Some of his secret techniques could even suppress Yi Zhantian's. However, there was still a long way to go before he could challenge the Cherry Blossom Society. The Cherry Blossom Society had immortal state cultivators. Moreover, the military would not be able to handle the invasion of the Cherry Blossom Society. The East Asia Self-Defense Force was not a force to be reckoned with. A half-step to immortal state cultivator was not afraid of large-scale firearms. However, they could only withstand 1 or 2 cannonballs. How many nails could you crush if you were made of iron? These thoughts flashed across Yi Zhantian's mind like lightning. Yi Zhantian stood up and grabbed Jiang Tian's hand, and said in a deep voice, "Young friend Jiang Tian, you must not be reckless. You must be extremely cautious. Mr. God of War, I am just a commoner. It is legal for me to travel to South Korea and East Asia. You can't stop me." Jiang Tian patted his hand and said with a smile. He could feel Yi Zhantian's concern for him and he knew that Yi Zhantian meant well. However, Jiang Tian understood even more clearly that there were some things that couldn't be avoided and had to be done. Jiang Tian and Qing are left hand in hand. Yi Zhantian stood there motionless for a long time. In the end, he heaved a sigh. He did not know if he should be relieved or worried. When the news reached Chao Shixiang. This battle will definitely sweep across the world and shock all the dark overlords who want to lay their hands on Huaxia. I can hold my head high. This is so satisfying. Kong Taichu is indeed worthy of the general's praise. He is the hero of the nation and the best general of the country. Chao Shixiang picked up a bottle of erguotu wine and took a swig. Will Kong Taichu be more powerful than my Sifu? Chao Jianjia's eyes sparkled. She was about to become Jiang Tian's loyal fan. Xiao Bin died at the hands of Kong Taichu. That night, the news spread throughout the martial arts world of Huaxia. It swept across the world like a hurricane. Many dark overlords were closely discussing and paying attention to the news. That was Xiao Bin. With Russia as his backing, he was not someone Wang Chongyang, the leader of the Chinese society, could compare to. There were only a handful of people in the world who could suppress him. In particular, he had swept across thousands of miles in Huaxia in the first half of the year, defeating grandmasters consecutively and achieving great fame. On the other hand, Jiang Taichu had been in seclusion for 3 months, which made people suspect that Jiang Taichu was afraid to fight and that his strength was not as good as Xiao Bin's. But now, Kong Taichu had turned the tables and ended up like this. For a moment, many dark overlords were shocked and could not believe it. That night, none of the dark overlords around the world slept. They were all fiercely discussing and flooding the dark web. They asked about the details of the battle and guessed Kong Taichu's cultivation. For a moment, the Winter Soldier Organization, Cherry Blossom Society, Blue Storm, Hall of Gods, Dark Parliament, and many other top organizations in the world held a meeting overnight to discuss countermeasures against this huge change. Russia, Severnaya Zemlya, Arctic Cape. The Winter Soldier Organization's base. The cold wind was like a knife, using the earth as a chopping board and all living things as fish. Thousands of miles of flying snow turned the sky into an oven, melting everything into silver. The climate here was bitterly cold, with the temperature below -30 degrees Celsius all year round. Half of the area was covered by glaciers. The stars shone brightly, as if diamonds were embedded in the deep blue velvet. A light green or white ribbon stretched across the sky from east to west. The aurora borealis was like a veil, changing endlessly. For a moment, it shattered into many ribbons of aurora, and rapidly jumped and changed into red, purple, and white. The flying snow covered thousands of miles of wilderness, and ice and snow covered thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Birds flew out of thousands of mountains, and traces of people disappeared. But in a certain valley, it was brightly lit, and the sounds of fighting were earth-shattering. Hundreds of people were training hard with their upper bodies naked. Knife arts, staff arts, obstacle racing, martial arts, spear arts. These people were not afraid of the cold, and each of them was as powerful as a transcendent grandmaster. A green-painted Apache military helicopter suddenly flew over and slowly landed on the tarmac. An old man in a military green coat walked out of the helicopter, surrounded by many bodyguards. He was as tall as a pine tree. Commander-in-Chief. When all the experts saw this old man, they all saluted in unison. Their eyes were filled with reverence as they expressed their utmost respect for him. This old man was the commander-in-chief of the Northern Army, who could talk directly to the Russian emperor. The commander-in-chief walked along with a solemn and sad face. In the end, he walked quickly into a tall tent. The flickering firelight reflected the tall back of a werewolf sitting by the fire. Chapter 355. Holding a bottle of vodka in his hand, the werewolf gnawed on a roasted deer leg that was sizzling with oil. He stood up, opened his mouth, and said in a muffled voice, "Commander-in-Chief, my old friend, do you want to taste the elk meat I hunted?" "Wolf King, I'm here to deliver you a piece of unfortunate news." The commander-in-chief's chiseled face was full of sorrow as he sighed. "What? Could it be that Andrei was injured in the battle?" "That's normal, my commander-in-chief. Werewolves are a fighting race. They have experienced pain and frustration since they were young." Wolf King Alexander was 3 meters tall. His head was almost touching the roof of the tent. He finished a bottle of vodka in one breath and burped heavily. "Master Qiao died in Wuxia, including your nephew Andrei." The commander-in-chief's eyes were red as he said in a heavy tone. "What?" Wolf King was stunned. He waved his big hand and smashed a solid wooden table wrapped in iron sheets. He clenched his fists and roared in disbelief, "Who killed him? Was it Yi Zhantian? I'm going to kill him. I'm going to avenge Mr. Qiao. It's not him. It's a strong man named Kong Taichu from Huaxia." The commander-in-chief's face turned solemn. He said in a low voice, "I understand your deep friendship with Master Qiao and your grief and indignation at this time. But don't avenge him. Mr. Emperor and the higher-ups of the KGB have determined that this challenge has failed. They have asked the winter soldiers not to set foot in Huaxia for 10 years. Why? This is the shame of our winter soldiers and the werewolves. This shame can only be washed away with blood. I'm going to tear that monkey into pieces." Wolf King roared angrily, his eyes turning red. "Mr. Wolf King, this is an order." A layer of anger appeared on the commander-in-chief's face. He said earnestly, "This Master Kong is already half a step away from the immortal state, or even the immortal state. And there is no immortal state in Russia." Wolf King said in a muffled voice, "What if the wolf ancestor is born?" "What? Didn't the wolf ancestor die in that battle?" The commander-in-chief was shocked. He couldn't believe it. He has the undying bloodline and is incomparably powerful. How could he die so easily? The Wolf King smiled mysteriously and muttered to himself, "It's just that it's been too long since a deity realm expert has appeared. What's the point of him coming out? But now, it's completely different." Singapore, Prime Minister's residence. "Mr. Prime Minister, I've said before that the video of Master Kang's battle is very blurry. The officials didn't release the video. Only someone called The Observer released a candid video." The Red Boat Mage opened a laptop in a trendy manner and logged into an ID called Small Boat Drifting in Southeast Asia. He looked at Li Xianlong beside him and said helplessly, "I still have to watch it. I should have personally gone to watch Master Kang's battle and cheered for him, but I was tied up with government affairs and couldn't go." Li Xianlong rubbed his hands together excitedly like a loyal fan and said with a smile, "Mage, your ID is very cute." "I'm sorry, Mr. Prime Minister. I just wanted to express my love for Southeast Asia." The Red Boat Mage blushed slightly. "I'll never tell you that I have another ID called Invincible Beginning I Love You." I'm a monk. I've jumped out of the 3 realms and the 5 elements. I'm a Taoist master and was once the Grand Preceptor of Singapore. The video started. Oh my god. Xiao Bin can fly, so can Yi Zhantian. Damn it, this fish. Oh my god, why is Xiao Bin so energetic? Li Xianlong began to exclaim. He didn't have the majesty of a ruler. Instead, he was like a 3-year-old kid. Then he was dumbfounded. Grand Preceptor Jiang is so awesome. Oh my god, he's so awesome. He's a god. He's sucking their blood. After watching the video, Li Xianlong slapped his thigh and laughed proudly. No wonder he's the Grand Preceptor of Singapore. He even defeated the founder of Russia's Winter Soldier. Our country's prestige, our country's prestige. He was overjoyed. Singapore was known as one of the 4 little dragons of Asia. It was an emerging economy. However, in terms of international influence and overall national strength, Singapore was no match for a superpower like Russia. At the same time, the martial arts world between the 2 countries had a lot of friction. However, the Chinese society of Singapore was no match for the Winter Soldier. For many years, the Winter Soldier had looked down on the Chinese society of Singapore. On the other hand, Wang Chongyan had been hiding in his shell. He didn't dare to make a move against the Winter Soldier. However, in this battle, the newly promoted Grand Preceptor defeated the founder of the Winter Soldier. Li Xianlong and many other senior officials of Singapore felt a sense of exaltation. They straightened their backs and straightened their backs. They immediately regarded Grandmaster Jiang as a national treasure and a national hero. After this battle, Master Kang's name will be known throughout the entire martial arts world. This also fully demonstrates his strength. He's an immortal state expert. Red Boat Venerable Master narrowed his murky eyes and said in a deep voice, he already has the strength to challenge East Asia. He already has the strength to dominate East Asia. His next step will probably be to make a move on South Korea's Tanjun and the Cherry Blossom Association. What? Grand Preceptor Jiang is going to destroy Sakura Society? That's great. If Master Kong really does it, he'll be the greatest Grand Preceptor in the history of Singapore. He'll also be the benefactor of the Li family. Li Xianlong was so excited that tears started to form in his eyes. If Russia and Singapore's martial arts world were only at odds with each other, then Singapore and Japan were mortal enemies. During World War II, the Japanese had once occupied Singapore and carried out a purge in 1942, killing as many as 100,000 Singaporean Democratic Salvation Army members. Li Xianlong's grandfather had also died in that massacre. After receiving the news, Sixth Old Man Fan was so shocked that he couldn't sleep for a few days. Originally, he had already received news of Jiang Tian's goodwill from Zhan Long and the military, but he didn't respond because he wanted to be reserved. He was still wondering if Kong Tae-chu had another reason for massacring Jinling. Was it not because he was powerful? Otherwise, why would he suddenly express goodwill? Did he have a chance to fight back? But this time, he couldn't sit still anymore. He was so shocked that his soul almost left his body. He gathered all the public relations personnel under his company overnight and wrote a sincere letter. He claimed that everything was a misunderstanding, that he had eyes but failed to recognize the real person, and that he deeply regretted it. He entrusted the Wuxia Empire's military to hand it over to Jiang Taichu and even presented a check of $10 billion, saying that he was willing to turn hostility into friendship with Master Jiang. At the same time, Sixth Old Man Fan also summoned all of the leaders scattered around the world to the headquarters on Big Turtle Island and gathered thousands of people to guard the place. He also purchased a large number of modern weapons from the arms dealers, including radars, cannons, helicopters, and countless guns and ammunition. At the same time, more super organizations around the world were discussing intensely on the dark net. They were mainly discussing the power displayed by Jiang Tian. Is Kang Te-Chu an immortal state warrior or not? In fact, there were also overlords who were skeptical. The so-called immortal state warrior has unparalleled soul energy and can interfere with reality. His words are the law. Wang Zhongyan claimed to be half a step away from the immortal state warrior, but he didn't seem to have reached this level. Can Kang Te-Chu prove that he is an immortal state warrior by killing him? There were tens of thousands of comments under this post. It could be said that all of the overlords in the world were paying attention to it. Wang Zhongyan cultivates both fire energy and martial arts and is comparable to half a step away from the immortal state warrior. Xiao Bin is definitely half a step away from the immortal state warrior. After all, he only said a few words during the battle and the lake water within a few hundred meters was frozen. It can be said that words are the law. He absorbed the blood of a dozen overlords and pushed himself to the peak of half a step away from the immortal state warrior. He was only a step away from the real immortal state warrior. Kang Te-Chu killed him. If he is not an immortal state warrior, then what is? The ID, Invincible Tai-Chu I Love You, supported Kang Te-Chu with such certainty. I believe that Kang Te-Chu has the strength to do so. Absolutely. Below, there were a lot of comments. Most of them agreed with, Invincible Tai-Chu I Love You, but there were also some who disagreed. Whether Kang Te-Chu has the strength of an immortal state warrior or not, I think everyone will know soon. Suddenly, the observer appeared again. Why? The observer is here. Please explain. Everyone was excited and waited for him to speak. I've said before that Kang Te-Chu defeating the Singapore Chinese club is only the first step towards the international stage. Kang Te-Chu can be said to be the most powerful person in the martial arts world in the past 100 years. His goal is definitely not the current one. He has a bigger plan. The observer quickly typed a line of words. Then what organization is he going to challenge? Below, there was a sudden exclamation. Big Circle. Palace of Gods. Blue Storm. Cherry Blossom Society. It could be said that Kang Te-Chu's next move was even more shocking. Everyone was on tenterhooks. Which one of these super organizations was not a giant? They were incomparably powerful. Which one of them had a large number of experts? Just the mention of it made one shudder. Big Circle. In Kang Te-Chu's eyes, the current Big Circle is just an ant that he can kill with a slap. It's not worth his time at all. After Apollo's death, the Palace of Gods once expressed goodwill to Kang Te-Chu. Kang Te-Chu is not a rash person. He knows how to unite and make use of the majority. This can be seen from the establishment of the Heaven Alliance in Wuxia. Let's not talk about whether Kang Te-Chu has the strength to challenge the Palace of Gods. At least in the short term, Kang Te-Chu will definitely not clash with the Palace of Gods. Blue Storm's strength is not inferior to many organizations. However, it mainly relies on technology and has no immortal state experts. Kang Te-Chu will not attack them either. The observer's last sentence was, the Cherry Blossom Society has many immortal state experts. Moreover, there has always been friction between the Japanese and Wuxia martial arts worlds. Once Kang Te-Chu attacks them, it will be the best way to prove his strength. It will also be the easiest way to gain the support of Wuxia's martial arts world. The Cherry Blossom Society, if he defeats the Cherry Blossom Society, Kang Te-Chu can be called the #1 expert in East Asia. Is Kang Te-Chu going to attack the Japanese Cherry Blossom Society? My broadsword is unable to endure the thirst again. For a moment, the forum was in shock. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They were so excited that their faces were flushed red. Their minds were almost in a mess. Chapter 356. On the other hand, Jiang Tian, who was in the eye of the storm, was living a peaceful life as if nothing had happened. Although Jiang Tian had decided to go to South Korea and Japan, Jiang Tian wanted to spend time with his family since he had not returned from Singapore for half a year. In the next few days, Jiang Tian was like a family cook in the Fulong Mountain Villa. He cooked for everyone, took care of the spiritual herbs and spiritual medicine, and guided the people under the Heaven Alliance in their cultivation. He was living a carefree life. The Fulong Mountain Villa was almost a manor with 7 or 8 villas. All the core members of the Jiang family lived there. The Fulong Mountain Array hid the wind and gathered the water, making the area rich in spiritual qi. His grandfather, parents, and sister Ziwei's cultivation had improved rapidly. They were all inner force martial artists now. Even though Jiang Tian's aunt and the rest only cultivated some simple meditation techniques, they had the strength of an iron body. Not only could they live to 100 years old, but they could also easily deal with ordinary assassins and mercenaries. Other than that, Shen Mange and Phantom Kick were guarding the villa. Ordinary people would not be able to enter. One day, Jiang Tian's mother called and said that Jiang Tian's aunt was accompanying her to a business event. She asked Jiang Tian to pick Jiang Weiner up from school. "Are you kidding me, Mom? I'm really busy." Jiang Tian was speechless. "I have to train you in advance and learn how to educate children. When you have a baby with Qing'er, it will be easier for you, right?" His mother's reason was very reasonable. Jiang Tian could not reject her. Okay. You're right. Mom is the most important." Jiang Tian had no choice but to ask for Jiang Weiner's school and class. He then drove away from the Fulong Mountain Villa. On the way, there was a sudden downpour. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The wind howled, and the trees swayed. Jiang Tian looked at the weather app on his phone. The temperature had dropped to 20 degrees Celsius. He thought to himself that the weather was weird. He had forgotten to bring Jiang Weiner some clothes. It was the end of July, and Jiang Weiner seemed to be wearing thin clothes in the morning. He wondered if she would catch a cold. Jiang Weiner's school was the 3rd primary school in Jinling's Yuhua district. It was one of the best public primary schools in Jinling. She was only 5 years old and had entered the school a year early. It was said that her aunt had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to get her into the school. However, when he arrived at the school gate, Jiang Tian looked at the clean and elegant classrooms and felt that the money was well spent. It was already 6:00 in the evening, but the children still hadn't come out. The school gate was jammed with cars, and many parents were holding umbrellas and clothes, waiting anxiously at the school gate. What happened? Jiang Tian got out of the car with an umbrella. He pulled a parent over and asked, "Why aren't the children out yet? Didn't you read the teacher's notice?" The parent looked at Jiang Tian in surprise. "Oh, I'm here to pick up my relative's child. I don't know the situation," Jiang Tian said. "Isn't Jinling planning to create a national health city?" That parent gave Jiang Tian a cigarette and sneered. "Today, the inspection team from Jinling City came to check on the 3rd elementary school, so the children were left behind." That's not right. What does the creation of a healthy city have to do with children? It's time to get out of school. Look at the weather, it's so cold. Jiang Tian waved his hand to reject the cigarette and said with a frown. "Look, bro, you don't work for the government, right?" The parent looked at Jiang Tian in surprise. "Yeah, I work for a company." Jiang Tian smiled and said. "Formalism kills people." The parent bit the cigarette and lit it. He smiled and said, "My name is Meng Ruijiang, I'm a police officer. To tell you the truth, I'm the captain of the criminal police in the Yuhua district. However, I have to be like these ordinary police officers. I have to clean the streets, pick up trash, and catch criminals. Over at the 3rd elementary school, in order to get the approval of the inspection team, they are going to let the children perform. Look at that stage. Meng Ruijiang blew out a mouthful of smoke. What the? Are you kidding me? An outdoor stage? It's raining so heavily, and the children are going to get wet. Jiang Tian looked at the stage facing the school gate and frowned. He was very unhappy. At this time, the black iron gate opened. A group of children holding umbrellas and flowers lined up on both sides of the school gate. Their faces were smeared with rouge and water, and they were as red as a monkey's butt. There was a red dot in the middle of their foreheads. What era was this? There was still such a strange aesthetic. Jiang Tian was very helpless. A middle-aged man who looked like a school leader walked out. There was also a young and pretty female teacher holding an umbrella for him. It made his position as a school leader seem very high. He put his hands behind his back and said arrogantly, "Parents, please wait patiently for a while. This inspection is related to the school's honor. Move your car to the side, don't block the inspection team's leader." Understood, understood. The parents were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They looked at the children with pity, but they still nodded and smiled. This person is the principal of the third high school, Chen Shichuan. He's also a strange person. Meng Ruijiang said with a mocking smile, 10 years ago, he was just an ordinary teacher in a small town. His teaching skills weren't very good. He was a weirdo who could pronounce entertainment place as music place. But in just a few years, he was transferred to the county, and then to the city. Then he became the principal of the third high school. Don't underestimate a small principal like him. He stretched out 5 fingers mysteriously. 500,000. That's a high salary. Jiang Tian clicked his tongue in amazement. Little brother, you're underestimating him. 5 million. Meng Ruijiang's words were shocking. Holy shit, is this for real? How can a principal of an elementary school have such a high salary? Jiang Tian was shocked. He suddenly felt that the salary he gave Huang Linger's father was a bit low. Yuhua District's third high school is the best elementary school in Jinling. Who knows how many people in Jinling want to go there? The houses in this district can be sold for 40,000 per square meter. The school selection fee is at least 500,000. Meng Ruijiang shook his head helplessly and said with a bitter smile, in addition, they also have to give money. They also have to ask for permission from the leaders. They have to ask for permission from the leaders. In order to let my bastard son go to this school, I put 5 years of bonus into it. It was all exchanged with my life. Isn't this Chen Shichuan standard not very good? How did he become the leader of this school? Jiang Tian said with a smile. As much as I can bear, I can't bear it. Meng Ruijiang smiled and said, I heard that when he was transferred from the county to the city, he went to the city's education bureau to ask for permission. After all, it's not easy to transfer. He just happened to meet the education bureau's director who had hemorrhoids, so he went over, and sucked the pus out with his mouth. This guy is definitely a talent. Jiang Tian was speechless. He was completely convinced. At this time, Chen Shichuan walked to the children and reprimanded them, "Children, overcome the difficulties. This is a test of your character, a test of your hardworking spirit. The leaders will be here soon. Applause must be warm. How do you shout the slogan? Do you still remember? Welcome, welcome. Warm welcome." The children rhythmically shook the flowers left and right and shouted in unison. The slogan must be warm and tidy. We have to let the leaders feel our enthusiasm. Do you understand? Chen Shichuan's face became serious and said with an evil look, whoever performs badly will have their conduct points deducted. If you are a good student, then don't talk about it. The children were so scared that they trembled and didn't dare to make a sound. At this time, Jiang Tian noticed that Jiang Wan was also called out by a female teacher. The little girl was standing at the door with an umbrella in her thin clothes. She was shivering in the cold wind and rain. Her small face was bitter, and it seemed that she had just wiped away her tears. "Brother Meng, let's talk later. My child is out." Jiang Tian quickly walked over with an umbrella. "Cousin, I'm a little cold." Jiang Wan looked at Jiang Tian with tears in her eyes. Her whole body was shivering and her eyes were filled with tears. Jiang Tian touched Jiang Wan's forehead. It was hot. It was probably 39 degrees. He quickly took off his coat and put it on the little girl. He took her hand and found the teacher in charge of the class. "Teacher, I'm Jiang Wan's parent. My child has a fever. Can I ask for leave?" "I can't make the decision. You have to talk to Principal Chen Shichuan." The teacher was obviously a little afraid of Chen Shichuan. Jiang Tian was helpless. He walked to Chen Shichuan, lit a cigarette and said, "Principal Chen, my child has a fever. Can you leave first?" "How can that be?" Chen Shichuan did not even look at Jiang Tian as he pushed the cigarette away and frowned. "Not a single person can be missing. The welcome line is neat and tidy, and the height is also particular. It won't look good if someone is missing. It will leave a bad impression on the leaders. Let the child hold on." Jiang Tian frowned and smiled apologetically. "Principal Chen, the children are not scenery or objects. What's there to look good or not? The school has to be responsible for the children's health, right? Am I the principal or are you the principal?" Chen Shichuan anxiously roared at Jiang Tian with a pale face. He then ignored him and gave orders to the various school leaders and teachers. He said, "Be sure, get out if you can't do it, and, be responsible, like a big leader." He had completely forgotten about Jiang Tian. After giving out a few orders in succession, he suddenly looked at the empty seat left by Jiang Wan and shouted like a thunderclap, "Which class are you in? Hurry up and make it up. You look like an old lady with a broken tooth. Don't you think it's ugly?" Jiang Wan, Where did you go? Hurry up and make it up." The teacher in charge of the class was so scared that he was sweating and quickly shouted. "Cousin, don't worry. I can hold on." Jiang Wan looked up at Jiang Tian. She wiped her tears and said obediently. "Then you won't have a fever if you keep this pill in your mouth. Don't swallow it, or you won't be able to stand it." Jiang Tian had no choice but to let her keep a qi-nourishing pill in her mouth to nourish her body so that she would not have a fever. He did not want to be angry in front of Jiang Wan. It was not good for the child's growth. He also did not want to make their relationship stiff. If that happened, Jiang Wan would have to transfer to another school. The strange environment would not be good for her physical and mental development. Jiang Wan held an umbrella and joined them. Chen Shichuan pulled off Jiang Tian's coat that the child was wearing and threw it to Jiang Wan's class teacher. He scolded, "What's the matter?" He repeatedly emphasized that we must wear the uniform and must wear the school uniform. Jiang Tian's face suddenly sank and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 357. President Chen, she caught a cold and has a high fever. Jiang Weiner's class teacher explained weakly. How high can her fever be? Is she burned to death? What will the leaders think if they see her not wearing the school uniform? Is this our school's appearance? We are known as a militarized management. There is no organization and discipline. You can't even handle such a small matter. If you don't want to work, then get out. Chen Shichuan scolded the class teacher fiercely, and the class teacher's eyes were shining with tears. Jiang Weiner was so scared that her face turned pale. Also, the rain is getting lighter. Put away all the umbrellas. All the teachers put away the umbrellas. Chen Shichuan was not done yet. He let out another thunderous roar. The children were like marionettes. They handed out their umbrellas one after another. Their weak bodies were straight, and their hands were stuck to the seams of their trousers. They were like yellow leaves in the wind and rain, shivering. Chen Shichuan nodded with satisfaction and tightened his suit. At this moment, he also felt a little cold. Alas, the child will definitely get the gonorrhea. Damn, formalism kills people. Why is he wearing so much and holding an umbrella? Some parents were very distressed, but they just scolded in a low voice. They were angry but did not dare to say anything. It was not easy to enter this school. No one wanted their children to lose the opportunity to study here. They could not lose the big picture for the small. Jiang Tian frowned and clenched his fists again. A wave of anger was rippling in his chest. He could not hold it anymore. Jiang Weiner, what's wrong with you? What are you holding in your mouth? Are you eating snacks? Spit it out. Suddenly, Chen Shichuan pointed at Jiang Weiner and roared loudly. It's not snacks. It's the pill my cousin gave me to cure my cold. Jiang Weiner was so scared that her face turned pale. Her tears were shining, and she weakly defended herself. Bullshit pill. How can the pill not be bitter? How can you hold it in your mouth? Spit it out. Chen Shichuan pointed at her nose and sternly reprimanded her. Look at you. What do you look like? Your grades are garbage. You failed 3 subjects, and your conduct is bad. You should be like a primary school student. You don't deserve to study here. If you do this again, I will expel you. Jiang Weiner had to spit out the pill and put it in her trouser pocket. Did you see that? It's the skin pill, right? You little brat, can you hide from my eyes? In the future, everyone should take this as a warning and keep a distance from such poor children. Chen Shichuan rambled on. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. It's not entirely the school's fault that such a bad student appeared. It's also the responsibility of the parents. Parents are their parents' first teachers. At this point, he looked at Jiang Tian with disdain, as if Jiang Tian was a delinquent youth. Come on, brother, don't be angry. Bear with it. This was how he behaved. He was extremely arrogant. Aren't we doing this for the child? Meng Ruijiang pulled Jiang Tian, gave him a cigarette, and lit it for Jiang Tian with a lighter. Jiang Tian covered his head and smoked. He could only pray for the event to end quickly. After waiting for another 10 minutes, a fleet of 3 Audis finally arrived. The parents finally heaved a sigh of relief. The inspection team had finally arrived. Welcome, welcome. Warm welcome. In the warm and orderly welcome of the children, a group of leaders got out of the car. President Chen, sorry to keep you waiting. The leader was a middle-aged man with a big belly. He reeked of alcohol and his eyes were hazy. It seemed that he hadn't woken up from the alcohol at noon. He shook hands with Chen Shichuan cordially and strode into the school. Seeing this middle-aged man, Jiang Tian frowned. This person had a big mole on his lip and a tuft of black hair on it. Jiang Tian felt that he had seen this person somewhere before. The inspection team took a few casual glances and came to the small playground facing the school gate. They sat down and enjoyed the children's dance performance. Jiang Wan changed into a dance costume and went on stage with a few little girls. Braving the wind and rain, she performed a ballet of Swan Lake. Her little face was blue from the cold. But the leaders all had teachers and students to help hold umbrellas. They drank hot and fragrant tea and smoked cigarettes. They were very happy. Who is this person? The one with a big mole on his lip. Jiang Tian pulled Meng Ruijiang and said. He is Zhang Wenjing, the second-in-command of the Municipal Health Bureau and the leader of the inspection team, Meng Ruijiang, curled his lips. He didn't seem to have a good impression of this person, but it was inconvenient for him to say more. Zhang Wenjing. The second-in-command of the Municipal Health Bureau? Why does it sound so familiar? Jiang Tian frowned again. He had a bad feeling about this. At this time, the performance in the yard was over. The supervisory team and the school leaders from both sides walked out with umbrellas, looking like the host and the guest were having a good time, talking and laughing. The children also ran to their parents to drink water and put on clothes. Many of them had a cold and fever. Jiang Wan's class teacher went to Jiang Tian and said, "Congratulations, parent. The leaders of the inspection team want to have dinner with the children in the evening to learn about the children's learning and living conditions." Jiang Wan was also chosen. What dinner? I don't want it. Jiang Tian saw that Zhang Wenjing seemed to want to hold Jiang Wan's little hand. He smiled and said, "This little girl is so cute. How old are you? Come, let uncle hug you." Jiang Wan turned her head to look for Jiang Tian in the crowd and ignored him. Zhang Wenjing's face was a little embarrassed. Jiang Tian saw Zhang Wenjing's greedy and evil eyes. His heart suddenly thumped and he remembered everything. In his previous life, in 2010, a major case of sexually assaulting a young girl broke out in Jinling. Several officials were involved, including Zhang Wenjing. Chen Shichuan was also one of the organizers. It was said that the case actually happened in 2006. The evil deeds continued for many years, and many parents sued. But Zhang Wenjing had a powerful background and had been suppressing it. The evil deeds continued. One after another, pure and flawless flowers roared and cried powerlessly under the hands of evil, in endless despair and fear. They withered silently in their ignorance and were crushed into dust. Hell was empty, and the devil was in the human world. Several parents who asked for an explanation were suppressed and arrested for causing trouble and disrupting social order. It was not until 2010 that the case was completely uncovered when it was posted on Weibo and attracted strong social attention. "What's wrong with letting Uncle Zhang hug you?" Chen Shichuan pulled Jiang Wan's arm. Jiang Tian got rid of the teacher and walked quickly to block Chen Shichuan's arm. He frowned and said, "Forget it, Wan doesn't like to interact with strangers." He did not plan to settle the score with them now. Now that the Jiang family was in power in the Jiangsu province, it would only take a few words to deal with these bastards. After the trip to Singapore, Secretary Fan of the Jiangsu province asked Secretary Yu to pass a message to Jiang Tian many times, but Jiang Tian did not care and refused. Chen Shichuan's face became cold and he shouted, "What stranger? Look clearly, this is a superior. We have to have dinner together tonight." "Forget it, Secretary Chen, don't make things difficult for him." Zhang Wenjing smiled and said generously. "What's there to make things difficult for? It's an honor." Chen Shichuan pulled Jiang Wan again. Jiang Tian's face darkened again. He blocked him and frowned. "Get out of my way. Little comrade, is it difficult to have dinner with me?" This time, Jiang Tian's voice was louder, and Zhang Wenjing's face darkened. "Is there something wrong with you? Why are you so stupid? You don't know how many people want to interact with the superior." Chen Shichuan was excited and pulled Jiang Wan's arm again. "Can't you cooperate with us? The superior does not mean any harm. He just wants to know about the living conditions of the children." Next to them, two members of the supervision team surrounded them and looked like they were going to rob them. Jiang Wan was a little scared when she saw the principal pulling her away and the two strangers surrounding her. She had a fever and a cold, so she was not feeling well. Now that she was scared, she could not take it anymore. Wah! She burst into tears. Jiang Tian quickly picked her up and fed her a pill to nourish her qi and clear her body heat. He smiled and said, Wan, don't cry. Don't cry. Let's go home now. At this time, Chen Shichuan and the others could not do anything, but one of them, who was probably Zhang Wenjing's secretary, scolded angrily, What the hell is this? Shame on you. Chapter 358. Seeing this, Jiang Tian finally couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted coldly, Who wants to eat with him? Who does he think he is? He's trash. My Wan, is 100 times more valuable than him. As soon as he said that, the whole room fell silent. How dare this young man scold a deputy director like that? Zhang Wenjing also blushed. He had a powerful background in Jinling City, and he had never been insulted like this before. He glanced at Chen Shichuan. The latter immediately told him that Jiang Wan's parents seemed to run a Chinese medicine factory, but he didn't know which one. A Chinese medicine factory. Zhang Wenjing chuckled disdainfully and didn't bother to say anything more. The Health Bureau was responsible for formulating the local Chinese medicine development plan and promoting the development of Chinese medicine industry. It could be said that he was the living hell in the eyes of many Chinese medicine factories. No one dared to offend him. Zhang Wenjing didn't say anything because of his identity. However, Chen Shichuan pointed at Jiang Tian's nose and scolded, Get out of here now. Your child doesn't need to come to class tomorrow. Jiang Tian turned around and left. Meng Ruijiang came over with the child and grabbed Jiang Tian. He said with a smile, Deputy Director Zhang, do you agree with Chen Shichuan's words? Zhang Wenjing turned his head and ignored him while smoking. Meng Ruijiang was a little angry. He said indignantly, The child has been suffering from the cold for so long, and you still let him drink with you. What kind of behavior is this? Do you deserve the title of national cadres and servants of the people? Chen Shichuan's temper rose. He pointed at Jiang Tian and Meng Ruijiang and scolded, Why are you so arrogant? Get out of here. You're Meng Wu's parents, right? Your child doesn't need to come to class tomorrow. Meng Ruijiang was also afraid that Jiang Tian would ruin Jiang Wan's studies, so he pulled Jiang Tian away. Chen Shichuan pointed at Jiang Tian again and scolded, Boy, what are you staring at? Are you not convinced? You're like a hooligan. Jiang Wan stared at him with her big bright eyes. You're a bad guy. My cousin is not afraid of you. After being held in Jiang Tian's arms, Wan stopped crying. The little girl was like a fox pretending to be a tiger. Perhaps in her heart, her cousin was very, very powerful. In Singapore, there were many people who had been defeated by him. Jiang Tian had already walked to the side of the car when he suddenly stopped. He ignored Chen Shichuan and turned to Zhang Wenjing. Zhang Wenjing, I want you and Chen Shichuan to apologize to me, Lao Meng, and all the children and parents right now. Zhang Wenjing was stunned. Looking at the serious face of Jiang Tian, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Chen Shichuan laughed heartily. You're really awesome, aren't you? Did you not sleep well last night? Are you having hysteria? Apologize to you guys? How dare you say that? Ha 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 ha. Alright, you're not going to apologize. Jiang Tian handed Jiang Wan to Meng Ruijiang and said gently, Old Meng, I'm going to hit someone. Cover the children's eyes. Ha. Meng Ruijiang subconsciously took Jiang Wan and gave a confused ha with a look of astonishment. Uncle Meng, don't cover my eyes. I like to see my cousin hit people. Jiang Wan looked excited and expectant. Jiang Tian walked over with majestic steps and kicked Chen Shichuan's chest fiercely. Meng Ruijiang saw Chen Shichuan soar into the air, his body flying more than 10 meters, and heavily crashing into the already closed iron door. Creak. The iron gate was dented in a terrible arc bang. 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 Several fixed rivets of the iron gate, which were deeply embedded in the marble gate, fell off abruptly. Chen Shichuan couldn't be arrogant anymore. Like a dead dog, he slowly slid down the iron gate. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his chest was dented. He passed out. You dare to hit people? Zhang Wenjing was shocked and his face was livid. He pointed at Jiang Tian and didn't know what to say. Well, yes. Jiang Tian answered indifferently and raised his hand to slap Zhang Wenjing's face. Whoosh! Zhang Wenjing spun like a top and flew 7 or 8 meters away. He fell into a pool of water, dropped his umbrella on the ground, and fainted. Is this man crazy? How dare he hit people? Isn't he afraid of being arrested by the police? Madman, he must be a madman. Call the police quickly. The rest of the leaders looked at Jiang Tian in disbelief. They only felt that this man was like a madman. Although they were muttering, they kept their voices down and didn't dare to stop Jiang Tian. They were afraid that he would beat them too if he heard them. Jiang Tian glanced at the leaders and smiled calmly. It's easy to catch me. My name is Jiang Tian. I work in the Sunshine Research Laboratory of the Medicine King Group. I live in the Fulong Mountain Villa. I'm waiting for you to catch me. Domineering and fearless. Arrogant. The officers were so shocked that their faces turned pale, as if they were little chicks that had encountered an eagle. They hurriedly took a few steps back while trembling. Jiang Tian took Jiang Weiner from Meng Ruijiang's arms and looked at him. Officer Meng, do you want to arrest me? I'm not working, so you should leave quickly. Meng Ruijiang quickly waved his hand and said in his heart. Fortunately, you took action. Otherwise, I would have made a mistake. Jiang Tian carried Jiang Weiner, got into the car, started the engine, and drove away. Jiang Wan, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, smiled and said, Cousin is the best. Look at them, they seem to be afraid of you. In front of Weiner, Jiang Tian wasn't modest. He nodded and proudly said, Whoever bullies my Weiner, I'll make them pay the price. Jiang Weiner nodded hard and said, Before this, I beat a few male desk mates who bullied me until they cried. My mother even scolded me. Brother is the best. Jiang Tian jumped in fright, thinking that this girl shouldn't develop in the direction of a little tyrant. He hurriedly said with a sullen face, You're not allowed to bully other students in school. If someone bullies you, tell your cousin. Okay. Weiner's face was bitter, but she still nodded obediently. Jiang Tian called his mother on the way and told her what happened. Oh, I know. Don't worry. I'm done here. Let me deal with it. Zhang Wanqing didn't care at all. The Jiang family was no longer what it used to be. They could do whatever they wanted in Jinling and even in Su province. They had connections in government, the underworld, and the business world. Some time ago, Secretary Fan called to apologize to Jiang Tian for standing on the wrong side in Singapore. The current Jiang Tian could be said to be suppressing a province by himself, like an emperor. This kind of scum among the leaders, so what if he beat them up? After she hung up Jiang Tian's call, she called the head of Jinling and told him what happened. The other party expressed a deep apology to Jiang Tian and promised that they would immediately investigate and deal with the matter. They would not tolerate the black sheep of the cadre. Late at night, Jinling 3rd People's Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. Zhang Wenjing was wheeled out of the operating room with 3 broken ribs. Fortunately, the broken ribs did not pierce his heart, so there was no serious internal bleeding. He was also sent to the hospital in time. Otherwise, he might have died on the way. Even so, physical pain was unavoidable. The doctor said that he had to rest for at least half a year and couldn't do strenuous exercise. Zhang Wenjing grimaced in pain, but he still shouted angrily, "This kid is too cruel. I want revenge, I want revenge." His wife comforted him with a pained expression, "Wenjing, don't worry. Our brother-in-law is here. There's no one in Jinling that our brother-in-law can't deal with. Don't worry about it. We've already sent people to catch him." Zhang Wenjing's brother-in-law, the second-in-command of the Jinling Police Department, Du Min, puffed on his cigarette with a pale face. He was too angry today. This murderer called Jiang Tian really didn't know his place. He even dared to beat up his brother-in-law. How was this beating Zhang Wenjing? This was clearly a slap to his own face. Chen Shichuan beside him reported the situation, "Director Du, that kid is too crazy, too violent. He attacked without saying anything, I couldn't stop him. And that guy called Meng Ruijiang, he didn't even stop him. He just let him hit him and left after he was done." Beside him, Du Mingtao said with a dark face, "Dad, this is intentional injury. It can even be counted as murder. How can we let him go?" Headmaster Chen, Jiang Tian. Which Jiang Tian? What unit is he from? Meng Yao interrupted. She and Du Mingtao had just confirmed their relationship. She heard that Du Mingtao's uncle was heavily injured, so she came to visit with gifts. This time, Meng Yao suddenly realized the power and connections of House Du in Jinling. In the 3 hours of the operation, almost all the heads of the big committee in Jinling came to visit. There were more than 10 people, and most of them were department-level officials. The corridor was filled with gifts. Even some of the leaders in the province sent their secretaries and clerks to visit. The 7 aunts and 8 aunts of the Du family all held important positions in the government, and they were in every department. Originally, she was a little dissatisfied with Du Mingtao because she had seen Jiang Tian's monstrous might. But now, she realized that choosing Du Mingtao wasn't a bad choice. House Jiang was rich, but that was all. In Huaxia, the people didn't fight with the government. How could Jiang Tian compare to Du Mingtao? Yes, he was close with Su Ruocheng and other people in the society, but people like him should be more afraid of the government, especially the police. She felt that an official family like the Du family was the real rich and powerful family. Fortunately, nothing happened between her and Jiang Tian. Otherwise, wouldn't she have missed out on Du Mingtao? That would be a huge loss. However, when she thought about Jiang Tian's arrogant appearance, she felt very unhappy in her heart. She wondered if she should let the Du family investigate Jiang Tian after she had a close relationship with Du Mingtao, to let him know his weight. He said himself that he's from House Jiang's Yawang Group's Clearski lab. Chen Shichuan scratched his head and said uncertainly. What? House Jiang from Yawang Group? Du Min's heart skipped a beat. She was so scared that her legs were cramping. Her face was pale as cold sweat dripped down her forehead. Yeah, this person is my classmate in university. He's the young master of Yawang Group. Meng Yao was still a little surprised as she reported the situation to Lin Yi. Could it be that even Du Min was afraid of Jiang Tian? Why was it that when he heard the words Medicine King Jiang family, it was as if he had heard a death sentence? Chapter 359. What? The Crown Prince of House Jiang. Du Min's heart raced as she felt her blood pressure acting up. What's wrong? Chief Du. The secretary quickly went up to help her up. Du Min pointed at Chen Shichuan, pounding her chest. How could you piss off House Jiang? Are you guys crazy? House Jiang has a lot of influence with the provincial government. Deputy Lin's daughter, Lin Menghan, is pretty cocky, isn't she? She's like a mad dog, biting whoever she wants. She even got fired from the police force after trying to arrest Jiang Tian. Chen Shichuan's eyes widened in disbelief. You can't piss this guy off. It's not just me. Even Deputy Lin and Secretary you can't piss him off. You've screwed me over. What? This Jiang guy's that big of a deal? Chen Shichuan's head was buzzing, and his legs were shaking. He knew he'd gotten himself into big trouble. Du Min ignored him and took out her phone with trembling hands. She quickly dialed the number and shouted, "Retreat. Retreat now." What? You're at the entrance of Mount Fulong. You guys didn't do anything, right? That's good, come back now. Of course not. I'm telling you, I'll shoot anyone who dares lay a finger on that Mr. Jiang. Be quiet, don't make any noise. His face was as white as a sheet as he hung up the phone. He let out a long breath, looking as if he'd just recovered from the shock. He patted his chest as he wiped off his sweat, smiling like an idiot. That scared me to death. Thank goodness they didn't do anything, thank goodness I called in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to keep my Dai Hualing. Meng Yao, on the other hand, was in disbelief. Jiang Tian. Someone that even the provincial government didn't dare piss off. Someone that scared Du Min to this extent. Du Min's phone rang all of a sudden. He looked at the screen, almost crying. It's from the municipal government. It can't be about House Jiang, can it? Meng Yao's eyes were wide as saucers as well. Jiang Tian hit a person, and even the municipal committee number 1 spoke up for him. Du Min hurriedly answered the phone, nodding and bowing, "Leader, what can I do for you?" I didn't expect such a small matter to disturb you." "Yes, it's my brother-in-law." "What?" "It also involves the prostitution of young girls." He was immediately filled with righteous indignation. How could this bastard do such a thing? Too vile. I really don't know. How would I dare to cover for him? If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have tolerated him. I would have been the first to capture him. Don't worry, I'll do it now. Du Min hung up the phone and snorted like a cow. Then, she lifted her leg and kicked Chen Shichuan's waist. Chen Shichuan, ouch. He fell to the ground and shouted, "Director Du, why did you hit me? I will beat you to death." Du Min hated the heavens, the earth, and the air. She even had the heart to kill someone. She kicked Chen Shichuan again and again, each kick fiercer than the previous one. Chen Shichuan was like an old dog, crying and rolling on the ground. "Fuck, you even played with young girls. Are you still human? You are worse than beasts." Du Min scolded as she hit him. "You even dragged my brother-in-law into the water. Now, the Commission for Discipline Inspection has its eyes on me. I think you are a jinx." After the beating, Du Min called a few police officers over. She pointed at Chen Shichuan, who was barely breathing, and said, "Arrest this person and bring him back to the police station. Interrogate him properly. Director Du, you can't turn your back on me. I have helped you with 3 admissions." Chen Shichuan still couldn't believe it until he was handcuffed. He didn't even understand why Du Min, who had always been his brother, suddenly turned hostile. He begged bitterly, "Please let me go this time. You brat, wait to be shot. This time, no one can save you." Du Min was too lazy to care about him. She let him be taken away. She took a deep breath and said, "Put the suspect, Zhang Wenjing, under surveillance. Interrogate him in the ward immediately and record his statement." "Isn't he your brother-in-law?" His secretary suggested, "Do you want to think of a way to mediate?" "Mediate my ass. If I don't arrest him, I will die with him." Du Min shouted. She hurried the police officers to handle the case quickly. The police officers quickly carried out the order. Du Min pulled Meng Yao and said, "Meng Yao, you know young Master Jiang, right? Can you introduce us to him?" You have to do this well. If you can save Dad's position, you and Du Mingtao will get married immediately. Oh, uncle, I will try. Menyao's eyes were dull. She replied in a daze. She didn't feel good in her heart. Du Min didn't think highly of her at first. She thought that she was climbing up the Du family's social ladder. She didn't agree to this marriage at all. But now, just because he was acquainted with Jiang Tian and was able to talk to him, Jiang Tian was doing everything he could to curry favor with him, lowering his voice and thinking highly of him. At this moment, she vaguely realized that the two words, Jiang Tian, meant a lot in Su province. Not to mention her boyfriend, Du Mingtao, even Du Min couldn't compare to him. Oh my God, what did I miss back then? Menyao's mind was in a mess. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Her eyes were red and she was about to cry. She was afraid that she would cry in public. She said that she needed to make a call and left the hospital in a hurry. A few days later, Zhang Wenjing, Chen Shichuan, and the rest of the brothel gang were investigated. There were a total of 13 underage girls who were victims. The evidence was conclusive. The crimes were too numerous to be recorded. The case shocked the whole country. Zhang Wenjing was sentenced to death with a reprieve. Chen Shichuan was sentenced to 20 years in prison. The other people involved in the case also received heavy sentences. The citizens of Jinling clapped their hands and cheered for the Jinling police's thunderous action. Of course, to Jiang Tian, these people were only ants that he could casually slap to death, and he would casually deal with them when he encountered them. He didn't take them seriously at all. He spent some time with his family and taught his friends and family about martial arts. He stabilized the situation in Jinling. Jiang Tian gathered all kinds of spiritual herbs, and with the help of the hidden Dragon Mountain formation, he began to make pills and break through again. I was originally at Qi refining stage 4, and I've already converted it to 7th metal true yuan. But I've been stuck at this level for a whole year. There's no other way. I'm too lacking in resources. Now that I've gathered quite a lot of spiritual herbs from the Hidden Dragon Mountain and the herbs from the Hidden Dragon Mountain, it's time to make a qi-enhancing pill and break through. Jiang Tian placed the herbs in front of him. He smiled and nodded in satisfaction. These herbs were the first batch to mature after the Hidden Dragon Mountain formation was completed after the Spring Festival. Why is this Winchim grass so mature? It's already 30 years old. Jiang Tian was surprised. Even with the Hidden Dragon Mountain formation, it shouldn't have matured so quickly. Next to him, Zhao Xueqing smiled and pointed at Huang Linger in the herb field outside the window. Hubby, look at her, what's so good about her? Jiang Tian avoided her gaze and looked around. Suddenly, he was stunned. She already has qi. She's also cultivating. And her progress is very fast. She's actually reached the physique refining stage. I taught her. This girl's physique is very special. She seems to be very sensitive to the aura of the wood attribute. She's absorbing the overflowing aura of the herbs to cultivate. Qing'er smiled, and a trace of joy flashed in her beautiful eyes. She was still a little in disbelief. Moreover, when she uses her cultivation method, she can even stimulate the vitality of the herbs and speed up their growth. That Winchim grass, under her care, has 30 years of medicinal properties in just half a year. It's about to mature. I'm really surprised. It turns out that she has an invisible wood spiritual root and a wood spiritual body. She can cultivate wood attribute cultivation methods. Jiang Tian saw this and nodded slightly. A trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Chapter 360. Although it's not an immortal body, her aptitude is not bad. She can even surpass that girl Ling Long, it seemed that Qing'er was right to bring this girl to the medicinal field. It could be said that she was making the best use of her talents. Let's start refining. Qing'er, use the phoenix eyes leaf fire. Jiang Tian smiled and began to refine the pills. Whoosh! Qing'er activated her cultivation method. 2 golden flames suddenly jumped in her clear beautiful eyes and shot out. They turned into the most brilliant furnace fire, enveloping the spirit herbs and great herbs. The flames from the immortal body were extremely powerful. They were even purer than the legendary 3 true fire and far better than the various strange flames that existed in the natural world. Suddenly, the essence of heaven and earth in the herbs was immediately extracted and turned into colorful medicinal liquids, which quickly condensed into a ball. Especially the medicinal liquids in the Winqin grass, which were wrapped in spiritual energy that far surpassed other herbs. It was vast and deep, rich and dense, so thick that it was almost solid. Moreover, the surroundings emitted thousands of rays of light, thousands of auspicious colors, making this area almost like heaven on earth. This powerful medicinal property, 1 drop could make an ordinary person's physique evolve and a carp turn into a dragon. Qing'er and Jiang Tian's minds were connected. She could control the temperature and quantity of the leaf fire according to Jiang Tian's wishes. Balls of colorful medicinal liquids floated in the air, gathering and rolling. The shape and medicinal properties were undergoing strange changes. In the end, they turned into red pills and rolled around before falling into the jade bottle. Not bad, you actually refined more than 50 vitality enhancement pills. Jiang Tian held the jade bottle in his hand and looked at the ruby-like soul-augmenting pill. He smiled and said, "This is a supreme-grade pill that far surpasses the essence-gathering pill and other pills. It can greatly increase my cultivation. Qing'er, let's each take half and refine it." "No, I'm now at the 6th level of qi refining stage. You're only at the 4th level. You take it all." Qing'er gently refused. Okay. If I don't study for a day, I won't be able to catch up with comrade old Zhao." Jiang Tian was touched, but he was not pretentious. When husband and wife are of one heart, their sharpness can cut through metal. When the 2 of them fought against the same enemy, they had to maintain a balance in their cultivation so that they could bring out their strengths. They could not afford to be too far apart from each other and lose the balance. Following that, Jiang Tian swallowed pills every day and patiently refined them. The essence-augmenting pill was indeed overbearing. Very quickly, Jiang Tian broke through to the 5th level of qi refinement. The true Yuan in Lin Yun's qi sea surged like a tide and swelled to twice its original size. Once he activated the gung metal art, his skin would turn a strange golden color and emit rays of golden light. This meant that he was getting closer and closer to mastering the gung metal divine body. Even now, he could withstand dozens or even hundreds of heavy artillery bombardments. His body had become stronger, and he could break through the sound barrier without any hindrance. Moreover, his movement speed had also increased. His divine sense also grew stronger. Pushing out, he could easily cover a distance of 20 kilometers, or even further. Unlike before, it could only cover a few kilometers at a time, and the limit was no more than 10 kilometers. After this breakthrough, swallowing medicinal pills again would not have much effect. That was because the foundation of the 5th level of qi refinement was still unstable. He needed to continuously strengthen his foundation through battle before he could break through again. It's time to deal with the Cherry Blossom Association. On this day, Jiang Tian finished his meditation. His eyes flashed, and he planned to set off for South Korea and Japan. The Japanese Cherry Blossom Association had coveted the Jiang family's non-existent map of the ruins of immortality for half a century. They were indeed mortal enemies. In his previous life, it was under the Cherry Blossom Association's instigation that the Nia family and the other 2 families defeated the Jiang family, bringing endless humiliation and regret to Jiang Tian. It could be said that the Cherry Blossom Association was the real mastermind. The Nia family and the other 3 families of Jinling were just puppets. Now, Jiang Tian was very confident in his own cultivation. He never fought a battle unprepared. If I face a half-step immortal state expert like Xiaobin now, I don't even need to absorb his blood essence. I can smash him into dust with a slap. He won't be able to reform his body even if he wants to. I can even kill a real immortal state expert with a flick of my finger. As long as I don't use nuclear weapons, I can even take on the modern army of a superpower. Apart from that, killing the Japanese experts, the tempering of blood and fire was also very beneficial for Jiang Tian to stabilize his current cultivation. This time, I'll use the heroes of the Cherry Blossom Association as my punching bag. With that thought in mind, he gazed into the distance. That was the direction of Japan. Who would have thought that before he even left, Li Jinju would impatiently come to his door on this day? Master Kong, we can't wait any longer. The fate of the Tanjun family is in your hands. In the living room of the Fulong Mountain Mansion, Li Jinju, the goddess of South Korea, prostrated herself before Jiang Tian like a believer meeting a god. She was extremely respectful. She pressed her hands on the floor and pressed her forehead against her hands. She was on all fours as she begged. Ever since she saw Jiang Tian kill Xiaobin with the blood coagulation ball at Moling Lake, her trust and admiration for Jiang Tian had deepened. She firmly believed that with Jiang Tian's peerless power, there was nothing he couldn't kill. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about Tanjun. Very well, I'll help you take back the Tanjun family first, then I'll go to Japan. Jiang Tian agreed and stood up. Honey, let me go with you this time. Zhao Xueqing pulled Jiang Tian's hand into the study and said with a smile. No need. It's just a small Japan. I can defeat them all by myself. You have to take good care of the family. Jiang Tian said with a smile. Now that he had the divine gung metal body, he was not afraid of ordinary firearms unless it was a nuclear explosion. Don't worry. I'm here. Nothing will go wrong. Zhao Xueqing didn't insist. Men were in charge of external affairs while women were in charge of domestic affairs. This was a Chinese tradition. For some ordinary families, the women should take care of the logistics so that the men could work hard without any worries. To them, it was the same. As long as the rear of Jinling was stable, Jiang Tian could be at ease and sweep everything in his way. Of course, Qinger, you're at physique tempering stage 6. Whoever comes here will be courting death. Jiang Tian smiled proudly. Oh right, take this flying shuttle too. Zhao Xueqing took out the flying shuttle from her storage ring and said with a smile, don't be in a hurry to reject it. You're going in alone this time. It's always good to have a Dharma artifact with you. All right. Jiang Tian's heart was filled with warmth. This girl is too virtuous. He smiled and took it. Mr. Jiang, please give me your identification. I'll book the flight tickets. Li Jinju said hurriedly when Jiang Tian came out of the study and returned to the living room. What flight tickets? We'll fly out on the flying sword. Jiang Tian shook his head and waved his hand. With a flash of black light, the little black flying sword turned into a huge sword that floated in the air like a sampan. This is a flying sword? Li Jinju was shocked and her beautiful eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She didn't even notice where the big black sword was, but it appeared out of thin air like magic. It was too magical. Can this really fly? Li Jinju looked at the flying sword curiously. Where's the power unit? Why isn't there a jet hole? There's also no propeller. Tanjung was the god of creation in South Korean mythology. The beliefs and legends of Tanjuan's lineage actually originated from Huaxia's Confucian and Taoist sections. They incorporated and accumulated, forming their own country's myths and legends. Li Jinju loved reading Wuxia novels like In Search of Supernatural and Legend of Shu Mountain Swordsman. She knew about the legends of sword immortals and flying swords. However, she only thought of it as a legend. She didn't expect it to appear in front of her. It's comparable to a supersonic plane. Why aren't you getting on? Jiang Tian stepped on the flying sword and looked at Li Jinju. Looking at the bare flying sword, Li Jinju's aura was a little frightened. There was no cabin. If she accidentally fell down, wouldn't she be smashed into meat paste? However, she was the successor of Lord Tan after all, so she still had some knowledge and courage. She gritted her teeth, and a trace of determination appeared on her pretty face. She stretched out her slender and beautiful foot wearing crystal high heels and stepped on the flying sword. Close your eyes. It's too fast. You won't be able to take it. You'll feel dizzy. Jiang Tian said lightly. Yes, master. Li Jinju closed her eyes obediently and grabbed Jiang Tian's waist with both hands. Go. Jiang Tian said in a low voice. Suddenly, the little black flying sword shot into the sky like a rocket. After the flying sword shot out of the villa, it suddenly accelerated under the control of Jiang Tian's divine sense. Bang! It broke the sound barrier. The hilt of the flying sword pulled out a fan-shaped air turbulence. It was white and misty like a mist. The tip of the sword pierced through the air and created a series of sonic booms. The friction with the air distorted and blurred the void. Li Jinju only felt a rustling sound in her ears. She felt as if she was riding on the clouds. There was a moment of dizziness. She felt as if she had been punched heavily. Her body suddenly rose. That should be the feeling of being overweight. Instinctively, she shut her eyes tightly. She could only hear the howling of the wind beside her ears, like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. However, she couldn't feel the wind blowing, nor did she feel cold. She was very puzzled and asked, Master, can I open my eyes now? Yes. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and said, but you better be mentally prepared. You might get a shock. Oh, it's so high. Li Jinju boldly opened her eyes. She only opened them a little and then let out a cry of surprise. This was definitely the most brilliant and gorgeous fantasy journey of her life. The scene in front of her was too shocking. She couldn't believe it. Between the vast and boundless heaven and earth, the clouds tumbled like angry waves, forming the shape of gods and demons. Under the blood-red illumination of the setting sun, all of them were smeared with layers of red. The deepest part was as thick as rouge, and the lightest part was as pink as peach blossoms. Li Jinju never knew that there were thousands of different kinds of red in the world. Every kind of red was so soul-stirring, so touching. Along with the howling wind, the sea of red clouds was like lava. It was constantly rolling, changing, condensing, and dispersing. Suddenly, from the thousands of different kinds of red, there was a trace of golden edge. It was as if golden fish were leaping out of the Red Sea, transforming into wings and flying freely. Occasionally, a gust of wind would tear a few gaps in the sea of clouds. Looking down through the gaps, the entire Jinling city was under Li Jinju's feet. Chapter 361. Tall buildings the size of pigeon cages radiated resplendent splendor. The originally wide road had now become a small stream of interweaving traffic. Pedestrians had become ants, and vehicles had become the size of matchboxes. As if they had been extracted from the mortal world, only the two of them remained in this magnificent world. The surroundings seemed to be extremely noisy, the wind incessantly tearing at their eardrums. It also seemed to be extremely quiet, so quiet that there wasn't the slightest bit of earthly noise. They could only hear each other's thumping heartbeats. Looking up, the azure color of the sky above the giant transparent bowl gradually dissipated. The curtain of night hung low, and the stars in the heavens sprinkled between the clouds like raindrops. So beautiful. Master, you're so strong. Li Jinju felt her heart about to melt. Her mind was free, and she was even more grateful to Jiang Tian. She originally knew that Jiang Tian had abilities that surpassed ordinary people, but she absolutely didn't expect that her master was actually so awesome. His cultivation had reached such a miraculous realm, and he was actually so powerful. Moreover, she suddenly understood why Jiang Tian was indifferent to the fate of Lord Tanjuan's lineage. In front of such a breathtaking spectacular scene, everything in the mortal world became incomparably laughable. Any struggle was as insignificant as the struggle of ants. Hee, this is nothing. Jiang Tian didn't take these things to heart. In his past life, he had only been a step away from Hongmeng Shindu. Even if he wasn't Hongmeng Shindu and was only a foundation establishment cultivator, a light flick of his sleeve could ascend to the heavens and dive into the earth, causing landslides and tsunamis. That was true valiance. Li Jinju tightly hugged Jiang Tian's waist and asked curiously, "But what I find strange is that we're so high up, so why aren't we cold? It's still pretty warm." Jiang Tian laughed and said, "Try stretching your hand out." Yi Yingluo boldly reached out with her jade hand. As she passed through a translucent air cover, she had a slight feeling of obstruction, as if she was reaching into glue. In the next moment, her small hand reached into the cloud. She immediately shrieked and retracted her hand. Seeing a handful of snowflakes in her hand, she shrieked, "So the clouds are made of ice crystals. I activated a Zhenyuan barrier to protect us. Otherwise, with this speed, the strong wind would have blown people into facial paralysis." Jiang Tian smiled faintly and said, "There's a wind barrier here. You don't need to hug me, you won't fall." Oh, recalling that Jiang Tian had a lover, Li Jinju felt a little sour in her heart, but she still reluctantly let go of him. They flew quietly for a while. Li Jinju gradually calmed down and said with a smile, "What other abilities does this flying sword have? Master, can you show me?" Seeing that she was gradually getting used to it, Jiang Tian immediately increased his speed by a notch. He continued to accelerate, decelerate, stop, change directions, spiral 360 degrees, rise vertically, rush vertically to the ground, and stop abruptly. One by one, Xiao Hei's flying sword made a series of movements that would make a fighter pilot dumbstruck. Ah! In the beginning, Li Jinju could still barely maintain her composure, but in the end, there were only screams left. During several supersonic spinning maneuvers, the huge centrifugal force made Li Jinju suspect that she would be ruthlessly thrown out. However, the black sword under her feet produced a strange attractive force that firmly sucked her to the sword. "Stop, stop quickly. Master, I beg you." Li Jinju's shrill screams were torn apart by the strong wind, and she didn't know if Jiang Tian could hear it. In the next 5 minutes, Li Jinju experienced the most thrilling flight of her life. Needless to say, they approached the speed of sound again and again in 1 second, and then came to a strange standstill in 1 second. Needless to say, Xiao Hei's flying sword carried her to the middle of the atmosphere in only half a minute, and they almost broke free from the Earth's gravity and rushed into the endless starry sky. In the last 10 seconds, they rapidly swooped down from a height of several thousand meters. Both the person and the sword turned into a high-speed drill bit. Only when they were less than 1 meter from the ground did Xiao Hei's flying sword suddenly stop and change directions, and then shot forward at lightning speed. Li Jinju was so shocked that her heart almost jumped out, and she almost went into shock on the spot. Blurg. When Xiao Hei's flying sword finally reached a uniform speed again, Li Jinju's face was paler than a person who died 3 days ago. She clutched her stomach and started to vomit. Jinling was 1,800 kilometers from Seoul, the capital of South Korea. 1.5 hours later, the flying sword arrived. They found a Hilton hotel. Jiang Tian landed the flying sword in a secluded alley nearby, and the two walked out together. "Master, I also have a villa in Seoul. Do you want to stay with me tonight?" Li Jinju said with a face full of admiration. After experiencing this flight, she was practically worshipping Jiang Tian like a god. "Let's stay in a hotel." Jiang Tian nodded indifferently and walked toward the Hilton Hotel. Li Jinju hurriedly followed behind. The Hilton Hotel gave him a few Hilton diamond cards. Only the core members and major shareholders of the Hilton family, as well as important business partners, were qualified to hold and use these cards. The Hilton Hotel had always been comfortable, and Jiang Tian didn't want to stay in Li Jinju's villa. The Hilton Hotel was located in the Gangnam district of Seoul. Jiang Tian handed his ID and the diamond card to Li Jinju, and Li Jinju went to the front desk to help Jiang Tian check in. The waitress was very respectful, and it was as if she was greeting Li Jinju. Jiang Tian sat on a leather sofa at the side of the hall and looked at the bustling night scenery outside the window. He couldn't help but think of Uncle Bird's showy, Jiangnan style, from 2012 in his previous life. He shook his head and started humming in a showy manner. He was currently intoxicated when a pleasant voice suddenly sounded out by his ear, saying, "You're Jiang Tian. Do we know each other?" Jiang Tian turned around. He saw a beautiful and fashionably dressed girl sitting next to him. She was looking at him with a smile. She was wearing an off-the-shoulder white polka-dot silk blouse and a knee-length black skirt. She was carrying an exquisite Hermes bag. Her makeup was exquisite, and she looked radiant and dazzling. Her snow-white shoulders, towering breasts, long and slender legs that were comparable to snow, and her crisp knees and legs were like a piece of art that had been meticulously crafted. Next to her was a man in a white blouse and a pair of straight black trousers. He was dressed like a business elite. "It's really you." The girl reached out her hand, wanting to shake hands with Jiang Tian. She smiled, revealing two shallow dimples, like 100 flowers blooming. "You don't remember me? I'm Yuan Ning, Song Shuangyan's best friend." "Oh, it's you." Hearing the name, Song Shuangyan, Jiang Tian's eyes suddenly became cold. He suddenly remembered the girl in front of him. Song Shuangyan, the daughter of the Song family in Yanjin, was known as one of the four beauties of Yanjin. She was the girl who had an engagement with Jiang Tian and cheated him out of the map of the ruins of immortals with betrothal gifts. Then, she broke off the engagement and made the Jiang family lose face. When he was in university, Jiang Tian was arranged by the Jiang family to meet Song Shuangyan in Beijing in the name of traveling during the summer break of his third year. After all, it wasn't a feudal society now. The matchmaker's words and parents' orders didn't work for young people anymore. The Jiang family believed that young people also needed to communicate with each other. During those days in Yanjing, Jiang Tian suffered a great blow and setback. Even though she was still the crown prince of the Medicine King Group, her mother was still the chairman, and the market value of the Medicine King Group was almost 10 billion at that time. But in the eyes of Song Shuangyan and the other young masters of Yanjing, Jiang Tian was still like a bumpkin from the countryside. They were like high and mighty princes and princesses, ordering Jiang Tian around and mocking him in all sorts of ways, bringing endless humiliation to Jiang Tian. This Yuan Ning was also among them. She remembered that her father seemed to be a vice president of one of the four major banks in the country. At that time, she had already completed her master's degree in finance at Huaqing University. Relying on her father's connections and financial resources, she specialized in high-tech industry venture capital business. Generally, she was an angel investor. She had already invested in many e-commerce and other internet companies. However, even now, in retrospect, Yuan Ning's investment was very prescient. She had a unique vision. Several companies she invested in became the top companies in various industries. There was a B2C e-commerce brand that could even be ranked in the top 3 of Huaxia. According to the proportion of shares, she, who was not yet 30 years old, had at least a net worth of 10 billion. Yuan Ning was definitely an outstanding figure of the younger generation in Huaxia. If the net worth was ranked according to the age of 30, she could even be ranked in the top 20 of Huaxia. But in Song Shuangyan's circle, Yuan Ning didn't show off and was even a little marginal. After all, the Song family was known as the top family in Huaxia's secular world. Song Shuangyan was also known as one of the top socialites in Beijing. Yuan Ning also had a smooth and slick personality. At that time, she was very friendly to Jiang Tian, who had just arrived, and took care of him. But when she noticed Song Shuangyan's rejection of Jiang Tian, she also cleverly kept a distance from Jiang Tian. So, Jiang Tian didn't dislike her. But because of Song Shuangyan, he naturally didn't feel close to her. Seeing that Jiang Tian's smile was a little cold, Yuan Ning's smile was a little bitter. But she also understood Jiang Tian's mood. She moved closer to Jiang Tian's ear and whispered, "The big beauty who helped you register at the front desk. Is she your girlfriend?" This scene was a little ambiguous, like the whispers between lovers. Seeing this, the elite businessman next to Yuan Ning suddenly couldn't stand it. His handsome face sank and he shouted, "Little Ning. What are you shouting for? Who allowed you to shamelessly follow me here?" Yuan Ning rolled her eyes and said coldly, "Can't I see an acquaintance and say hello? Also, we're not familiar with each other. Don't call me by my name. Call me Boss Yuan." The elite businessman suddenly looked embarrassed and his face turned red. But his eyes looking at Jiang Tian became more and more unfriendly. Jiang Tian immediately understood the relationship between the two. Probably this man was pursuing Yuan Ning, but Yuan Ning didn't like him. But Jiang Tian was too lazy to pay attention to him. "Your girlfriend? So beautiful." At this time, Li Jinju had finished registering and turned around. Yuan Ning couldn't help but ask again. Jiang Tian said lightly, "No, she's my servant." "Huh, Jiang Tian, I didn't expect you to have a sense of humor." Yuan Ning covered her mouth and laughed. "What's funny?" "What era are we living in? Servants? What are you bragging about? You're not afraid of the wind cutting your tongue." The elite businessman curled his lips and laughed disdainfully. Chapter 362. Li Jinju looked very beautiful. It was no exaggeration to say that even his goddess, Yuan Ning, was slightly inferior to her. You should be thankful that such a stunningly beautiful woman can be your mistress, let alone a servant. Even if you want to brag, you shouldn't brag like this. Qin Jefu, can you shut up? I'm chatting with my friend. Who are you to interrupt? Yuan Ning squinted at the businessman and frowned again. Her eyebrows were raised to the sky. Qin Jiafu was so angry that his face turned green. But he didn't dare to provoke his goddess. He could only endure it and looked at Jiang Tian with contempt. At this time, Li Jinju gracefully walked over and said with a smile, "That's right, I am Mr. Zhang's servant." G.A. Qin Jiafu suddenly felt dizzy. What was going on? Jiang Tian didn't bother to pay attention to the two. He lifted his foot and walked to the elevator with Li Jinju. "Jiang Tian, can you give me your contact information?" Yuan Ning suddenly found that Jiang Tian's temperament was different from before. Coupled with the information she had investigated before, it made her a little interested in Jiang Tian. Okay, Jiang Tian thought of her care and couldn't help but soften his heart. He took out a business card and handed it to her. It's so strange. Such a beautiful woman is his servant. What's going on? Even after Jiang Tian disappeared into the elevator, Yuan Ning was still staring at Jiang Tian's back, unable to retract his gaze. What's strange? Nouveau riche is a country bumpkin. Role-playing or something like that. Chen Jiafu sneered disdainfully. Country bumpkin. Nouveau riche? You're the one. That's funny. How do you know his identity? Yuan Ning smiled disdainfully and looked at Chen Jiafu with contempt. What's his background? He used the diamond card of the Hilton Hotel when he checked in. This kind of card can't be obtained by people without a net worth of 10 billion. Yuan Ning's eyes narrowed slightly and sneered. Net worth of 10 billion. Chen Jiafu was stunned and then said stubbornly, "Humph, that's nothing. If my Dome shopping network is listed, I also have this net worth. Not to mention that your company hasn't even been listed yet. Even if it's listed, you can't beat him. He's the crown prince of Jinling's Jiang family, the young master of the Medicine King Group. Holy shit. Huaxia's first shareholder, Medicine King Group." Chen Jiafu was truly shocked this time. He was dumbstruck. He suddenly scratched his head and frowned. I remember now. He seems to be the one who had an engagement with Song Shuangyan. That's right. Yuan Ning slightly frowned, and a complicated look flashed through his eyes. I wonder how Song Shuangyan feels now that she knows. You can feel it. Chen Jiafu also laughed disdainfully and said, family assets of tens of billions, in the eyes of ordinary people, that's the limit. But what kind of family was the Song family? That was a top-notch aristocratic family. The assets they secretly controlled were probably in the hundreds of billions, right? Her father said that either the heir of one of the top 10 families in Huaxia's Forbes list, or the son of a foreign financial group with 100 years of history, or the leader of the family. Otherwise, Song Shuangyan would absolutely not marry him and raise him like a little princess. Chen Jiafu disdainfully sneered as if he wanted to pour out the pressure that Jiang Tian gave him. And Song Shuangyan's requirement for her boyfriend is not only a strong family background, but also his own ability. I heard that this kid seems to be a playboy, right? He shook his head and proudly said, young masters with a net worth of tens of billions revolve around Song Shuangyan. Have you ever seen Song Shuangyan look at them? What are you so proud of? What does the Song family have to do with you? Yuan Ning rolled his eyes. Chen Jiafu was speechless. Yuan Ning frowned and impatiently said, okay, enough nonsense. Hurry up and prepare the negotiation materials for the Star Moon family. Li Heyu will be here tomorrow. Star Moon Group was established in 1938, and it is now South Korea's top 500 listed company. It owns Star Moon Electronics, Star Moon Products, Star Moon Airlines, Star Moon Pharmaceuticals, etc. Their businesses are in electronics, finance, machinery, chemistry, etc. The Star Moon Lee family that controls Star Moon Group is also the richest family in South Korea. The Star Moon Lee family has a huge influence in South Korea, and the family's patriarch and founder, Lee Zhongxuan, can influence politics. He is on the same level as the president of South Korea. Of course, Yuan Ning and Yuan Ning are not qualified to talk to Lee Zhongxuan. Li Heyu is Li Zhongxuan's grandson, but he is not a direct descendant. He is also the current chairman of Star Moon Electronics. Yuan Ning and Yuan Ning want to get the e-commerce distribution rights of Star Moon Electronics to set up their 3C business, including mobile phones, computers, air conditioners, refrigerators, TVs, etc. They want to set up a 3C online shopping platform. But Star Moon Group has its own physical distribution system and stores, and they are worried that the distributors will protest. Online shopping is a new thing, and they still need to observe and study it. That's why Star Moon Group is hesitant to persuade Yuan Ning and Yuan Ning. This is their 7th visit to Li Heyu. It's going to be a tough negotiation. Yuan Ning rubbed his forehead, his face full of distress. The next day, Yuan Ning woke up early, dressed up, and had breakfast with Chen Jiafu before driving to Star Moon Group's headquarters. But when Yuan Ning arrived at the hotel lobby, he was shocked. Li Heyu and a few other middle-aged men were escorting an elegant man to the elevator. Li Zirong. Yuan Ning's heart almost jumped out of his chest when he saw the elegant man. Chen Jiafu's eyes were also filled with awe and admiration. Li Zirong. Li Zhongshuan's grandson, the only son of Star Moon Group's current owner, Li Jianxi. He is also the executive vice president of Star Moon Group. Ever since Li Jianxi fell seriously ill, Li Zirong had defeated her two elder sisters with thunderous means to seize power. Now, she had taken control of the entire Star Moon Group. Rumor has it that he is the most likely successor of Star Moon Group. Yuan Ning plucked up his courage and greeted him with a smile. He spoke in fluent Korean. Mr. Li Zirong, I'm Yuan Ning, the director of Huaxia's online shopping platform. I'd like to discuss the 3C business with your group. Li Zirong stopped and smiled modestly. Madam Yuan, I can speak Mandarin. I've heard Li Heyu mention your company, and I'm very interested in it. Is that so? That's great. Yuan Ning was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Li Zirong raised his wrist and looked at the time on his Portuguese watch. He said politely, but I have an important guest to meet now. Time is tight, so can you contact Li Heyu in the afternoon? Sure. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Li. Yuan Ning smiled and stepped aside. Li Zirong was courteous and elegant, but he also had an intimidating aura, which made Yuan Ning feel nervous and uneasy. After all, Li Zirong's strength and status were not something someone like Yuan Ning could compare to. Even Song Shuangyan had to treat him with caution. As for Chen Jiafu, he didn't even have the qualification to talk to him. He was the founder of the Giant Egg, but his shares were diluted by Yuan Ning and other investors. He was only a small shareholder. At this time, Jiang Tian and Li Jinju came downstairs to check out. Li Zirong's pupils suddenly shrank and a stern look flashed in his deep eyes. He walked quickly to Li Jinju and bowed deeply. Xingyue Li family welcomes Princess Li Jinju home. Xingyue Li family welcomes Princess Li Jinju home. Behind Li Zirong, all the men, including Li Heyu, bowed respectfully in a very humble manner. What? Yuan Ning was suddenly dumbfounded, as if he saw the most incredible thing in the world. This. Li Zirong bowed to Jiang Tian's maid. Am I seeing things? Holy shit, this world is crazy. Chen Jiafu's mind suddenly froze and he was stunned. Huh? Is she from Tanjuan's family? Jiang Tian looked at Li Jinju and frowned. Well, I can't explain it in a short time. Li Jinju smiled a little unnaturally. I'm here, don't be afraid of anything. Jiang Tian noticed that Li Jinju seemed to be a little frightened, so he said lightly. Okay. Li Jinju suddenly felt relieved. She raised her chin proudly and smiled. Then, I'll go home. Please. Li Zirong gestured and led the way to the parking lot in front of the hotel. Jiang Tian and Li Jinju were arranged to sit in a modern car. Then, a motorcade of more than a dozen luxury cars started and drove out of the hotel. Where are we going? Jiang Tian asked. The motorcade had already driven out of Seoul and headed to the eastern suburbs. There were green paddy fields and crisscrossing paths. The air was very fresh. Probably the snow mountain where Tanjuan's family is located. The ancestral home of the Xingyue Li family is at the foot of the snow mountain. Li Jinju smiled. At this moment, Li Jinju carefully explained to Jiang Tian her relationship with Tanjun and the Xingyue Li family. It turned out that the Xingyue Li family was a branch of Tanjuan's family. However, perhaps because the family members were not talented enough, or because they could not withstand the pain of cultivation, not many people from the Li family joined Tanjun. Now, they had become a completely secular family that focused on business. However, since Li Zhongxuan's generation started their business, Tanjuan's family had been secretly supporting in helping the Xingyue Li family. It could be said that without the protection of Tanjuan's family, the Xingyue Li family would not have existed, let alone have such great achievements. Li Jinju was originally the fifth child of the second generation of the Xingyue Li family, Li Jinxi. She used the name Li Yinxin and was Li Zirong's half-sister. However, Li Yinxin's birth mother had become aware of the horror and cruelty of the struggle between the aristocratic families during her time with Li Jianxi. Back then, Li Jianxi poisoned his younger siblings to death in order to seize control of the family. Moreover, his temperament had changed greatly. After Li Jinju's birth mother sent her to Tanjuan's family to be raised as the granddaughter of the Tanjun Daoist palace master. Moreover, the whereabouts of her daughter had been hidden from Li Jianxi and the entire Xingyue Li family. Not long after, Li Jinju's mother passed away mysteriously. In recent years, after Li Jianxi fell seriously ill, the struggle for power among the third generation of the Li family completely confirmed Li Jinju's mother's inference and worries. It could be said that it was a family feud. Chapter 363. Li Jianxi had two daughters who had the right to inherit the family, and a few illegitimate children. Either his family had some misfortune, or his family's shares had been diluted due to scandals. He was either in a vegetative state due to a car accident, or he was arrested by the judicial authorities and became crazy. So, you're actually the princess of the Xingyue Li family? Jiang Tian suddenly thought of something and sighed with a complicated expression. He had no impression of Li Jinju's name, but the name Li Yinxin left a deep impression on Jiang Tian. In his previous life, in 2010, the Xingyue Li family was involved in a power struggle. Li Yinxin, who was known as the goddess of South Korea, committed suicide by hanging herself at the Hilton Hotel. The entire South Korea was shocked. Countless fans and supporters of Li Yinxin gathered at the Hilton Hotel to pay their respects, and many media outlets paid attention to it. At that time, Li Yinxin had lost the support of Tan Jun and was no match for Li Zhirong. She was at his mercy and was forced to commit suicide. In 2012, Li Zhirong was involved in a corruption scandal involving the South Korean president's trusted aides, and was arrested for bribery and murder. However, Li Zhirong refused to admit to murdering Li Yinxin. After a heated debate in court, the judge found him guilty of bribery and sentenced him to 2 years and 6 months in prison, with 4 years of probation. He was also released. At that time, Jiang Tian saw Li Yinxin's photo on the internet and exclaimed, "It's such a pity that such a beauty died." But at that time, he only sighed as he watched the fire burn across the river, and then threw it to the back of his mind. After all, this kind of power struggle was too far away from Jiang Tian at that time. He did not expect to have such a deep connection with Li Jinju after his rebirth. He was able to learn more about the Xingyue family's power struggle that shocked the world. It was quite interesting. I didn't want to fight for the control of the Xingyue Li family, but I don't know how Li Zhirong found out about my identity. Li Jinju sighed with a complicated expression. From the looks of it, he also knows the truth about Tanjun being controlled by the Sakura society. He thought that I have no one to rely on, so he decided to get rid of me. Is it possible that Li Zirong recruited the Japanese Cherry Blossom Society and helped him control Tanjuan's faction? Jiang Tian gave a meaningful smile and said, "That's right. You also said that Xingyue's Li family relied on Tanjuan's Li family to develop and grow. For Li Zirong, if he can't control the Tanjun branch, even if he controls the Xingyue Li family, it's useless." Maybe. Li Jinju was shocked at first, then she smiled faintly and said coquettishly, "But now that I have Master Kong as my backer, how can he be your opponent?" A murderous intent flashed in Jiang Tian's eyes. He suddenly said meaningfully, "Why don't you control the Xianxia family on my behalf?" Li Jinju was hesitating when Jiang Tian suddenly shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'm afraid that you're not good at managing a business. You sing quite well. Be a singer in the future." Ha! Sing. Li Jinju was stunned. Only then did she remember that when Jiang Tian was humming Jiangnan style yesterday, she was relaxed and hummed along. "Master, you really think my singing is good? Then I'll sing for you every day." She could not help but blush. She was a little proud. Was Master Kong praising her? The motorcade drove into a classical Korean mansion mainly made of wood and stone. Everyone got out of the car. Li Jerong made a "please" gesture and said with a smile, "Dear little princess, please come in." "Thank you, big brother." Li Jinju smiled indifferently. She held Jiang Tian's arm and followed behind Li Zirong. Under the escort of many black-clothed men, they walked into a large hall. Li Jinju was shocked when she walked in. The hall was set up like a mourning hall. There were wreaths, white curtains, portraits, altars, incense burners, and low mourning music. Li Jianxi and other members of the Xianxia family were kneeling on the ground in front of a black and white photo of a gentle-looking woman. Around them, a group of tall and strong men in black stood in great numbers. Their waists were bulging with weapons. "Bastard! Unfilial son! How dare you hit me and ask me to kneel?" Li Jianxi's face was full of injuries, and he was panting. He pointed at Li Jerong and scolded, "I will never change my will and give you the right to inherit the family. I want to talk to the President and the Ministry of Justice. I want to send you to prison. I want to pay a visit to Lord Tanjuan's lineage. I want to tear you to pieces." The others were lying on the ground with their heads in their pants, not daring to make a sound. "My dear father, is this the heir in your will?" Li Jerong put one hand in his pocket and pointed at Li Jinju with the other. He gave people a feeling of elegance and grace. Li Jianxi was stunned, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. He shook his head and said, "I don't know her. I've never seen her before. I've found out that she is the daughter of that bitch Hui. You can't hide it from me." Li Zirong shook her head, the corners of her mouth forming a beautiful arc as she smiled. "I think you will make a rational choice now. The camera, pen, ink pad, and your personal seal have been prepared for you. Please make a new will. How dare you hit father? How dare you kill father's bodyguard and control the personal freedom of all the members of the Li family?" Li Jerong's sister, Li Fujian, stood up and pointed at Li Jerong's nose. "What do you want? Do you want to kill us? Father won't change his will, because he won't hand the family over to a heartless and unjust tyrant. No one will preside over you." "You guessed right. I want to kill you." Li Zirong smiled warmly, but his eyes were filled with mockery and gloominess. His handsome face gave people a chilling feeling. He stroked Li Fujian's face and whispered in her ear, "And, sister, let me tell you, the long-legged male star you had an affair with and the reporters who secretly took photos were all arranged by me. He's good in bed, isn't he? You should be satisfied, right? You're despicable and shameless." Li Fujian was stunned, and then her eyes widened and she gnashed her teeth. "I'm going to kill you." She rushed forward and grabbed Li Jerong, but two burly bodyguards in black immediately held her arms and shoulders, and she couldn't move. "If you were loyal enough to your marriage, you wouldn't have fallen into this trap, and you wouldn't have lost your control." How pitiful and sad. Li Jerong's tone was sympathetic, but his face was full of mockery, like a cat playing with a mouse. The angrier and more helpless the other party was, the happier he was. "Bah! Li Fujian spat on Li Zherong's face and roared with tears in her beautiful eyes, "You vicious wolf cub, you're worse than a dog or a pig. Your mother died early, and I took care of your daily life. I assisted you in managing Star Moon Group. I helped you suppress the old entrepreneurs who opposed you, but you treat me like this. Was your conscience eaten by a dog?" Li Zherong wiped the spit on his face with his white index finger and licked the spit on his finger with his tongue. He smiled and said, "Yes, it's really sweet. It's as sweet as mother's milk. I'm worse than a dog or a pig. You are, the Holy Family is." His smile gradually turned crazy, and he roared angrily, "Actually, my mother was poisoned to death by you, Li Jianxi." Everyone was shocked and looked at Li Jianxi in disbelief. Li Jianxi's body trembled, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, I poisoned her, but she deserved to die. That bitch wanted to join forces with your second uncle to impeach me in front of the board of directors. If I didn't kill her, I would have lost my control. You have a good reason to kill her." Li Zherong laughed nervously. "Yes, Zherong, I killed your mother, but I'm also your biological father." Seeing that Li Zherong's tone had softened, Li Jianxi begged pitifully, "I'm doing this to protect the interests of your bloodline. If you let me go, let your sister and sister go, I can immediately change my will and give you the right to inherit the family." "Well, that's a good suggestion. You seem to be able to convince me." Li Zherong chuckled and said, "But, what if I wasn't your son from the beginning?" Li Jianxi was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. He said with an ashen face, What did you say?" "Actually, I'm Li Jianhui's son." Li Zherong laughed sinisterly and said, "You didn't expect it, did you?" You've been a romantic all your life, and it wasn't enough for you to marry 4 concubines. You even kept models and actresses outside. But your second brother and his wife secretly colluded and made you wear a green hat. The green hat was so big that it covered the whole of Seoul. And now, their son wants to take away all your wealth. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Why? Why did you do this to me?" Li Jianxi was stunned, and then he gnashed his teeth and roared, "That bitch, I really did a good job killing her. No, I killed her too easily. I should have cut her into pieces and fed her flesh to the dogs." Slap. Li Zherong slapped him on the face, and he fell to the ground with blood dripping from his mouth. She then kicked him a few times and gnashed her teeth, "Bastard, you're not allowed to insult my mother. You're the real bastard, and the filthiest blood flows in your veins." Li Jianxi was lying on the ground motionlessly. He could only breathe in, but not out. Li Zherong picked up a silk handkerchief from the bodyguard's hand and slowly wiped her hands. She smiled and said, "This brutal pleasure will ultimately end in a brutal manner. Li Jianxi, hurry up and sign the will, and I might let you die a quick death." A stack of wills was thrown in front of Li Jianxi. Chapter 364. Even if you kill me, I won't sign the will. Li Jianxi shook his head dejectedly and smiled bitterly. "I won't let you get away with it. I'm not afraid of death at this point. Without my signature, you can't get the inheritance right. I won't let you get what you want even if I die. I told you, there's a feeling in this world that's worse than death." Li Jianxi sneered and pulled out a pistol. He grabbed Li Jianxi's left palm, pressed the muzzle against it, and fired a shot. Suddenly, flesh and blood splattered, and Li Jianxi's palm was smashed into pieces. He held his broken hand and rolled on the ground, letting out shrill screams that sounded like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Blood spurted out of his hand, leaving a glaring scarlet mark on the ground. Seeing this, Li Jinju's body trembled and her face turned pale. She subconsciously grabbed Jiang Tian's palm. After all, Li Jianxi was her biological father. Although their relationship was not deep, blood was thicker than water. But when she saw Jiang Tian's face was as calm as still water, and he looked on coldly with a spurious smile, she could only suppress the fear in her heart and remain silent. Li Zirong grinned. "You don't want to sign it?" "Well, it just so happens that this bitch Li Fujian has always been thirsty, like a wolf or a tiger. I'll let you, Li Jianxi, see with your own eyes what kind of bitch your favorite daughter is." "Huh, this is good. I've heard that Miss Fujian is the most lascivious. Look at that body, that skin, tsk tisk, I'll do it even if I lose 10 years of my life." The bodyguard smiled maliciously and swarmed Li Fujian like wolves and tigers. They threw her onto the sofa and pressed her hands and feet. Li Fujian was previously known as the First Lady of Korea. She was as beautiful as a flower, had a noble temperament, and had a high status. To be able to have sex with her was enough to brag about for a lifetime. "Dad, please, sign it." Li Fujian screamed and begged for mercy. Several men tore apart Li Fujian's clothes, revealing her soft, snow-white chest and flat stomach. "I'll sign it. I'll sign it." When he saw this, Li Jianxi's eyes almost split apart while his scalp almost exploded, and his heart was filled with humiliation, rage, helplessness, and despair. In the end, he could only pick up the pen and sign his name with trembling hands. Then, he pressed his personal seal and fingerprint. "I lost. I admit defeat. Are you satisfied now? I beg you, let your sister go." Li Jianxi handed over the will and begged with tears streaming down his face. "He's not my sister. My brothers have followed me through life and death. Now that the arrow is on the bow, I can't let them be wronged." Li Zirong held the will and smiled with satisfaction. "You." Li Jianxi's face was filled with rage. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling like a sieve. But soon after, he closed his eyes in despair and sighed deeply. The situation was hopeless, and there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. The only thing he could do was to not watch the scene of his daughter being defiled. "Everyone, let's begin the execution." Li Zirong handed the will to her assistant, picked up the remote control on the coffee table, and pressed it. Maxim's piano version of Croatian Rhapsody immediately rang out in the large living room. "Li Jianxi will be the last one to be executed. Open his eyes, I want him to see the beautiful scene of his children being killed and defiled one by one." The rhythm of the music was bright and fast. Li Zirong was intoxicated by it. She closed her eyes slightly and clapped her hands to the beat of the music. She was even moved by the music and hot tears flowed down her cheeks. In front of his eyes, there seemed to be a tragic scene of the ruins of Croatia that had been baptized by the flames of war and the reflection of the setting sun in the blood, tears, and dust. He liked the graceful framework of classical music, the strict music logic, and the rigorous to perfect structure. He was disdainful of modern music. But now, he found that some of the new famous songs of the 21st century were not bad. At least this song suited his mood at this moment. Click. Click. With a crisp sound, many gunmen opened the safety aimed at the heads of the Xianxia family. The scene was suddenly filled with desperate and fearful cries and begging for mercy. "I'm just a bystander. Why are you pointing a gun at me?" At this moment, a cold and calm voice sounded. Li Jinju looked at Jiang Tian in surprise. She found that Jiang Tian's Korean was very standard and fluent. She suddenly remembered that last night at the hotel, Jiang Tian asked her to find a teaching CD of Korean and Japanese. She didn't expect that Jiang Tian only used one night to learn Korean so well. She didn't know that Jiang Tian's divine sense was powerful. To be able to read 10 lines at a glance, a mere language was too easy to master. "Kill him." Li Jianxi, who was enjoying the music, was interrupted. He looked at Jiang Tian in surprise and then waved his hand with disgust and contempt. This person seemed to be Li Jinju's follower or friend, but after all, he was an eyewitness. How could he let him go? Of course, he had to be killed. The gunman pointed his gun at Jiang Tian's gunman and was about to shoot. Chi! There was a sharp sound. No one saw how Jiang Tian moved. They only saw that in the rolling blood wave, that person's body was split into two from the middle and fell to the ground. Streams of bright red splashed out, and hot internal organs flowed out. The gunmen were shocked and immediately realized that danger was approaching. Li Zirong's face changed wildly and subconsciously stepped back. Without waiting for his order, many gunmen aimed at Jiang Tian and pulled the trigger. Bullets poured toward Jiang Tian like rain. "Ha, bystander." Come to the Xianxia family to be bystander. Li Zirong thought that this person was so funny. He would probably be shot into a sieve. Clang! 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 The dense sound was like bullets hitting a steel plate. Everyone was shocked to see that the bullets hitting Jiang Tian's body were bouncing out. Hiss! Everyone was stunned and gasped. They felt cold all over as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Everything in front of them was beyond their understanding. The bullets couldn't kill him, but the bullets still bounced. Was this person made of iron? This was simply too evil, too terrible. Wuxia martial artist. Li Zirong's pupils shrank and his heart jumped. Suddenly he remembered that the intelligence said that Li Jinju had frequently visited Wuxia in the past 6 months. She wanted to find a martial arts master from Wuxia as a foreign aid. It seemed that this was the one in front of him. The next moment, he pulled out his pistol and shot at Jiang Tian to suppress him while fleeing outside. Seeing that the bullets are useless, you still shoot, dare I ask you are a fool? Jiang Tian directly urged out a wind blade. At this time, the wind blade was different from the previous one. It was completely condensed by the 7th metal true essence. It was extremely sharp and could cut gold and iron. A golden light flickered, like a half-moon-shaped strange knife, flashed by. Li Zirong's body stiffened, and his head was sprayed a few meters high by the blood spurting from the neck cavity. The headless body fell to the ground. The next moment, Jiang Tian flicked his finger, and the finger aura missed its target. All of Li Zirong's gunmen fell to the ground one by one like harvested rice. The ground was littered with corpses, and each of them had a bloody hole in their forehead. Some of them had their heads blown off and became headless corpses on the ground. Jiang Tian had cultivated the 7th metal divine body, and his normal true essence could be converted into 7th metal true essence. The power of his finger aura was comparable to the armor-piercing bullets fired by the Barrett sniper rifle, and the wind blade was extremely sharp. Even a steel plate could be pierced through. These people were just ordinary people. How could they be a match for Jiang Tian? Master, seeing this, Li Jinju knelt on the ground and bowed to Chen Fan. Unlike in Wuxia, Jiang Tian was not restrained at all in Singapore or South Korea. At this moment, the 10,000 miles of bloodlust that he had cultivated in the cultivation world and the indifferent nature of killing to prove his Tao was completely revealed. In less than a minute, all of the gunmen and Li Zirong's henchmen fell to the ground. Thank you, sir, for saving the Xianxia family. This old man will never forget your kindness. Li Jianxi was stunned for a few seconds before he came to his senses. Then, he rushed to Jiang Tian and bowed to him. The other senior members of the Xianxia family also knelt on the ground to express their sincere gratitude and respect to Jiang Tian. Li Zirong had worked hard for more than a decade just for today's revenge. He had bribed all the top officials of the government and the bodyguards of Li Jianxi. He had even worked with the elites of the Cherry Blossom Society to control the Xianxia family's backer, Tan Jun. If not for Jiang Tian's help today, the Xingyue Li family's decades of foundation would have fallen into Li Zirong's hands. Well, you may rise. Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Li Jianxi stood up and bandaged the wound on his hand. A trace of worry flashed across his face. Sir, Li Zirong should have Tan Jun under his control. I'm afraid that Tan Jun's people will know about it immediately and come to suppress us. We still need to discuss how to defend ourselves and how to resist the enemy. He could handle the government in Xingyue, but he couldn't touch Tan Jun's people. After all, he said that Patian was just a tycoon from the secular world. Don't worry. The best offense is defense. I alone am enough to flatten Shuiyu Mountain. Jiang Tian said with a smile. What? Everyone was shocked as soon as they heard this. Even if this young man could block bullets, he was a bit too arrogant. How could he flatten Shuiyu Mountain by himself? Sir, we need to be careful. Shuiyu Mountain has been occupied by Japanese overlords and there are too many of them. Li Jianxi hesitated. He was wondering if he should contact the military and the police to suppress the Japanese overlords under Tan Jun's command. However, Tan Jun's people were the most powerful in South Korea. They were the source of South Korean culture, and the South Korean government might not have the courage to attack them. It was indeed troublesome. Father, this Mr. Jiang is no ordinary man. He is the #1 Grandmaster on the divine roll in Huaxia, Kong Teichu. He is also the 3rd most powerful overlord on the CIA Dark Roll. He can even kill Chiba Masao and other kendo masters with a snap of his fingers. Li Jinju said with a smile. Everyone was shocked by the revelation. Chapter 365. What? Mr. Jiang is such a master. This is the blessing of the Xingyue Li family. Li Jianxi was overjoyed and shocked. He felt as if he had found a treasure. Although he was not a cultivator, he was the richest man in the country and a favorite of the South Korean president. Therefore, he knew a lot more information than the average Huaxia tycoon. He already knew that Tan Jun's lineage originated from the ancient Taoist school of Huaxia. Their ideology and culture originated from the Confucian school. It could be said that the martial arts of Huaxia were more powerful. Moreover, it was said that Huaxia martial Dao grandmasters could walk on water and condense qi into weapons to hurt people from a distance. The weight of the #1 grandmaster was even heavier. It could be said that they were far more powerful than Tan Jun's branch. The next moment, he suddenly thought of something and asked Li Jinju, Jinju, what is your relationship with Mr. Jiang? Well, Li Jinju saw the excitement in her father's eyes and knew what he was thinking, but she had to tell the truth. She smiled and said, I was once bewitched by the Japanese Onmyoji to set up a trap to kill Master Kong, but Master Kong forgave me and didn't kill me. Instead, he took me as his slave. Miss Li is one of my trusted aides. We have a very close relationship, so. Jiang Tian suddenly interrupted. As soon as he said that, Li Jinju was stunned. Then, she looked at Jiang Tian gratefully and almost burst into tears. She knew that Jiang Tian had a lover and was known as the wife-doting demon. He had never been a womanizer. Moreover, he was as powerful as a god. Even though she was the descendant of the Xingyue Li family and the adopted daughter of Tan Jun, she was not worthy of Jiang Tian. Master Kong said that because he wanted to be her backer and help her win the position she deserved in the Li family. Well, father. She hesitated for a moment and said with a blushing face. That's great. That's great. Li Jianxi looked at Jiang Tian like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. His eyes were full of love, which made Jiang Tian a little scared. Suddenly, Li Jianxi started coughing violently. You're coughing. You don't seem to be in good health. Jiang Tian smiled. Sigh, late-stage liver cancer has already spread to my entire body. Otherwise, how could this unfilial son, no, this bastard succeed? Li Jianxi said dejectedly. Here are a few pills. Consume them, and you'll be fully recovered within 3 days. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Tian took out a few foundation pills and handed them to Li Jianxi. Thank you, Master Kong. The Xingyue family will never forget your great kindness. Li Jianxi hurriedly bowed to express his gratitude. He was so excited that his whole body trembled. He was so moved that he almost shed tears. This medicinal pill was crystalline and translucent like a ruby, and it emitted strands of strange brilliance. The medicinal fragrance that assailed the nose coiled up and refreshed the heart, and a light whiff of it caused one's spirits to be refreshed and enlightened. Even if Li Jianxi only had a little understanding of medicinal pills, he knew that the medicinal pill given by Jiang Tian was absolutely extraordinary and priceless. Moreover, Jiang Tian was a martial arts grandmaster. How could he exaggerate? If he said that it could be cured, then it could definitely be cured. He was terminally ill, and now that he had been rewarded by Jiang Tian to extend his life, how could he not be grateful and excited? After Li Jianxi swallowed the medicinal pill, his sunken cheeks bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his face regained vitality and rosy color. I feel that I'm really cured. There's no need to check. His face was full of joy, and then he directly knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Today, I finally know the ability of the strong in Wuxia. Master Kong, you're really a living immortal. Look at Father's face, it's really a miracle pill. Miracle, no, it can't even be described as a miracle. It should be a miracle. This medical skill is the legendary flesh and bones of the dead in Wuxia. He's just like a god. Many members of the Xingyue family exclaimed and couldn't believe it. They looked at Jiang Tian with even more respect. At the same time, they also looked at Li Jinju, who had entered the Xingyue family for the first time. This Master Kong was really too powerful. He was invulnerable and could kill people in the air. If this kind of means made them afraid, then Jiang Tian's ability to save people made them admire him. Jiang Tian killed people with one hand and saved people with the other. With such ability, how could the Xingyue family not respect him? My master is really extraordinary. Looking at Jiang Tian, who was surrounded by people, Li Jinju really felt that he was no different from a god. Jinju, in the future, you will be in charge of the Xingyue family. I will personally assist you. After I die, all the assets of the Xingyue family will belong to you. Li Jianxi immediately drew up a will and gave all of his assets to Li Jinju, and then presented the will. I agree. I agree. Seeing Jiang Tian looking at them calmly, many members of the Li family who had the right to inherit the Xingyue family's assets trembled. They rushed to express their agreement, not daring to have any thoughts of fighting for the inheritance. What? Looking at Li Jianxi's fervent gaze, Li Jinju also covered her mouth in disbelief. After all, she grew up in Tanjuan's family and doesn't know how to run a business. How could she be in charge of the Xingyue family's assets? Xingyue Group was the biggest conglomerate in South Korea. It was involved in electronics, chemicals, heavy industry, finance, military, life engineering, and many other industries. At the beginning of 2009, its assets had reached $200 billion, which was equivalent to more than 150 billion Wuxia yuan. It was not an exaggeration to say that a sneeze from the Star Moon Group could cause a huge uproar in South Korea. It had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. However, looking at Jiang Tian, who seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, Li Jinju made up her mind and smiled, all right. I agree. Congratulations, sister. Don't worry, Jinju. We will unite around the board of directors with you as the core and revive the Star Moon Group. That's right. With Dad's help, we will be able to achieve greatness again. Everyone surrounded Li Jinju, and they either had flattering expressions or were impassioned as they congratulated her and expressed their loyalty. They were filled with envy and jealousy. Li Jinju was the daughter of Li Jianxi's mistress. She was not even qualified to return to the Li family. No one in the entire Xianxia Li family knew who she was. If Li Zirong hadn't wanted to eliminate the source of trouble and capture her, no one would have known of her existence. But now, she had become the head of the Xianxia Li family. She had reached the top in a single bound. And all of this was brought about by this Grandmaster Jiang from Huaxia. This was what it meant when a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs ascend to the heavens. Li Jinju smiled and chatted with them, but she took a deep look at Jiang Tian and murmured in her heart, "You are too powerful. If I don't stand higher, I might not even be qualified to be your servant. Master Kong, let's rest for a while. I will ask the servants to prepare dinner. Let's have a drink." Li Jianxi invited Chen Xiaobei warmly. Under Li Jianxi's accompaniment, Jiang Tian walked into an elegant courtyard. Li Jianxi closed the door and slowly retreated. There was a hot spring pool in the courtyard, which was about an acre in size and filled with steam. Plum trees, banana trees, bamboo forests, rockery, stone tables and stone chairs, all of them were arranged in picturesque disorder. The scenery was pleasant and filled with the flavor of ancient Korea, quaint and quiet. In the courtyard, inside and outside of the house, there were 4 beautiful women. Any one of them had the body of a model and the face of a B-list celebrity. However, they were just the servants of the Xianxia Li family. What a shame, my Armani. Jiang Tian walked into the room and sat on the bed. He looked at the bullet holes in his clothes with a gloomy face. After his divine body of Gingjin was formed, he was invulnerable even without the protection of the astral wind. However, he had forgotten that the astral wind would damage his clothes. "Master, your clothes are here. I will help you change them now." Li Jinju walked out of the room and came back with a few boxes in her hands. There was a pair of leather shoes, a white shirt, underwear, socks, and a pair of trousers. She knelt in front of Jiang Tian and lowered her head, revealing her snow-white neck. She gently helped Jiang Tian take off his shoes and socks and put on his slippers. Then, she helped Jiang Tian remove his tattered clothes. "Master, you are so charming." At this moment, looking at Jiang Tian's jade-like body that was sparkling and translucent like jade and contained explosive power, a wisp of bright red appeared on her face, and her heart thumped wildly. Finally, she looked down and said with a smile, "Master, do you want to take a bath first? Let me serve you." "Okay. Okay." Jiang Tian nodded. He thought about how to deal with the Japanese elites of the Shuiyu mountain and then walked out of the door and into the hot spring. Nice. All the pores on his body opened up. Jiang Tian closed his eyes, leaned against the rock wall, and slightly moaned. I'm afraid that the old monsters of Lord Tan's lineage have already known about the great changes in the Xianxia Li family. Jiang Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. When he killed Li Zirong, a wisp of blood qi flew toward the Shuiyu mountain as if it had a mind of its own. Jiang Tian scanned it with his divine sense and found that it was a blood channeling technique. It seemed that the Japanese yin-yang masters were quite good at it. This kind of technique was rare even in Huaxia. However, compared to Jiang Tian's divine sense imprint technique, the difference was too great. After all, it was a technique to send messages after the event. Jiang Tian, on the other hand, could sense the condition of the imprinted person at any time according to the message sent by the divine sense imprint. So what if the East Yang Yin-Yang art was unique and powerful? Jiang Tian's body, Dharma spells, Dharma artifacts, and immortal martial arts were 10 times more powerful than before. Not to mention the immortal state warriors, even if they were real immortal state warriors, he could kill them on the spot. Okay, but I don't want to give them too much time. I will go to the Shueyu mountain in the afternoon and take care of all the Japanese elites. Jiang Tian made up his mind. Master, I am coming. Just as he was thinking, he heard a series of light footsteps behind him. Li Jinju, who was wearing a gauze dress, walked into the hot spring pool with a blush on her face. At this moment, she finally revealed her beauty as the nation's #1 lady goddess of South Korea. There was no need to mention those slender, snow-white legs. There was no need to mention those plump breasts and slender waist. There was also no need to mention that neck that appeared even more slender and elegant due to her coiled hair. Even those sparkling and translucent feet that looked like they were carved out of fine jade were breathtakingly beautiful. Any normal man would not be able to resist them. Especially her gauze dress, it added a touch of mystery and charm to her curvaceous body. She sat down next to Jiang Tian, took the towel from the maid and gently wiped Jiang Tian's broad back. Chapter 366. The four maids exchanged glances with each other, pursed their lips, and chuckled. Then, they quietly left the courtyard. Master, her cherry lips gently parted. Suddenly, Li Jinju gently hugged Jiang Tian. Her soft and tender body was completely pressed against him as her face leaned against his broad back. What are you doing? Jiang Tian frowned. Li Jinju's face was red as she coquettishly whispered into Jiang Tian's ear. Her eyes were burning as she whispered, Master, take me. Actually, I'm still a virgin. She understood that if she became Jiang Tian's woman, she would truly be hugging onto Jiang Tian's thick thigh and her status would rise again. She would not be a simple member of the Xingyue Li family. She would be a peerless powerhouse who could even become an immortal or immortal. Jiang Tian turned his head and glanced at her. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well. In the cultivation space, Jiang Tian had seen all kinds of peerless beauties. Although Li Jinju was a goddess of the South Korean people and was a peerless beauty, it was not enough to move Jiang Tian's heart. Moreover, Jiang Tian and Qing'er had a deep relationship. It was as if they were one person and there was no way a third party could come between them. Li Jinju did not dare to look at Jiang Tian. She lowered her eyes and her clear and beautiful eyes were covered with a dense mist. Her entire body was as gentle as water as she coquettishly said, Master, you can rest assured that I will not compete with your wife for affection. I don't need it. Jiang Tian lazily closed his eyes and lightly said, If you want to stay by my side for a long time, then don't have such thoughts. He really is a wife-doting demon. I am tempting him like this and he is actually unmoved. Li Jinju's tender body slightly stiffened as a trace of gloominess flashed across her face. Although she was disappointed, she admired Jiang Tian even more and was even more envious of Zhao Xueqing. She smiled awkwardly and continued to gently wipe Jiang Tian's body. Master, you fought in the morning, so you should rest in the afternoon, right? Lord Tan's lineage has fallen for a long time, it won't be in a short time. Rest? Haha, how can killing these few bastards waste any of my power? Jiang Tian opened his eyes, a trace of disdain flashed across his face. Get the car ready. We will climb Snow Mountain in the afternoon. Don't worry, none of those Japanese bastards will get away. Yes, with Master Kang's strength, how could the Japanese be your match? Li Jinju smiled and reported the situation of the experts of Snow Peak Mountain in a flattering and fawning manner. After listening, Jiang Tian slowly closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and silently cultivated. The path of cultivation was long and arduous. Since Jiang Tian's rebirth, although he had rarely met a worthy opponent, he still respected cultivation and did not dare to slack off for even a day. Li Jinju no longer dared to wipe Jiang Tian's body. Her tiny toes quivered slightly as she looked at Jiang Tian quietly. She looked at Jiang Tian's handsome face with her limpid eyes, and for a moment, she was mesmerized. Motherfucker! What's wrong with Li Hiu? Why isn't he picking up the phone? His secretary said that the previous cooperation framework is invalid. What's the point of working for the past few months? On the mountain path of Snow Mountain, Yuan Ning furrowed her brows and said angrily. She did not have the elegance of a lady from a wealthy family. Li Zirong's approval of the project in the morning had reassured Yuan Ning, and she had high hopes. However, the Star Moon Group did not approve of it. They even said that there would be a major change in the board of directors and asked her to wait for the notice. What nonsense! The two's trip to South Korea was fruitless. Yuan Ning was extremely depressed, which was why Qin Jiafu suggested that the two of them come to Snow Mountain to relax. Snow Mountain was located 30 kilometers away from the outskirts of Seoul. The majestic mountains pierced through the clouds, and the snow on the peaks did not melt all year round. It gave off a holy and solemn feeling. Everyone in South Korea knew that Seoul was the sacred mountain of the country, the Mother Mountain. Legend had it that the revered Tanjung lived in seclusion on Snow Mountain. Tanjung was the god of creation, a saint, and an immortal in the hearts of the people. It was rumored that the descendants of Tanjung had the ability to ride the clouds, turn reeds into swords, fly in the sky, and turn stones into gold. At the peak of Snow Mountain, there was a huge palace called Tanjung Palace. It was built for the sake of Tanjung's family. A disciple of Lord Tanjuan's line was guarding the main hall, pointing out the right path for the world. Every day, countless believers would come from all over the world to make a pilgrimage. Bronze statues of Tanjung and his descendants were enshrined in Tanjung Palace. There were tourists and local residents on the path up the mountain. However, Yuan Ning was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery. She was part of the elite class in Huaxia, and her life was smooth sailing. However, in South Korea, she had faced countless obstacles and had tasted countless humiliation and defeat. Xiao Ning, don't worry. The other party did not say that they are dead. We will make them cooperate with us. Qin Jiafu passed a bottle of Montez water to Yuan Ning and consoled her with a smile. Bullshit. You don't have a plan. Yuan Ning said impatiently as she gulped down a mouthful of water. Qin Jiafu could only sigh helplessly. Oh my God. What a handsome appa. His legs are so long. Look at him. His clothes are so thin. He is not afraid of the cold at all. Suddenly, Yuan Ning heard a burst of cheers. He saw a few young girls in front of him pointing at a man and a woman on the mountain path, their faces filled with excitement. Tisk, it's not a bad idea to pick up a handsome guy. Yuan Ning smiled and chased after the couple. Damn, don't I have any sense of presence? Qin Jiafu was on the verge of tears. Appa, can I have your number? Yuan Ning looked at the man's back, which was also extremely tall and imposing. He patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile. Why are you leaving your phone number? You only know how to chase after handsome guys every day. Have you thrown your face overseas? Jiang Tian turned his head and frowned. Oh, Jiang Tian, it's you. Yuan Ning's smile froze. She did not expect to meet Jiang Tian. She then smiled casually. Are you here for sightseeing? Then you have made the right choice. I can be your tour guide. I have been to this place at least 8 times. She is annoyed with Qin Jiafu, but she has a good impression of Jiang Tian. For some reason, Dong Xuebing has a strange charm, and she feels comfortable when she is close to him. Of course, she does not expect anything to happen between her and Jiang Tian. At least he can be her playmate. Oh. I have a South Korean local with me. Jiang Tian pointed at Li Jinju, who was wearing a mountaineering suit and looking energetic, with a cold expression on his face. Li Jinju held on to Jiang Tian's arm and looked at Yuan Ning with hostility. Although she was wearing sunglasses, Yuan Ning could still feel her obvious hostility. Beside them, there is an old man wearing sunglasses. He looks familiar, but Yuan Ning can't remember who he is. Don't reject me. I've met an old friend in a foreign land. I don't care, I just want to be with you. Yuan Ning can always find a suitable reason. Moreover, she is a feisty person. After all, she has been in the business world for many years. She directly took Jiang Tian's other arm and said with a smile, Jiang Tian, now that you have two beauties by your side, don't you feel very happy and blessed? Cough, cough. Chen Jiafu suddenly felt pain in his lungs and started coughing. If you dare to make a sound, get lost. Yuan Ning glared at him. This time, Chen Jiafu's liver is in pain. His face had turned into the color of a pig's liver. This was simply a case of dying from drought and drowning. Jiang Tian, I heard that the Jiang family is doing well. Do you want to expand your business in Yanjing? Yuan Ning whispered into Jiang Tian's ear. I don't have any plans for now. Yanjing is the political center and it has a lot of resources. Jin City is too small, Chen Jiafu chimed in. Is that so? Then why didn't Apple move to Washington? Why didn't Facebook leave Silicon Valley? That's not the way to set up a company. Jiang Tian said calmly. This. Chen Jiafu's face turned red again. Chen Jiafu, shut up. No one will think you're mute if you don't talk. Yuan Ning thought to herself that Jiang Tian's words made sense. But I'm just chatting with you. Why are you being so serious? But Chen Jiafu, it's wrong for you to interrupt. Have you contacted Song Shuangyan all these years? Do you miss her? Yuan Ning asked like a nosy woman. I'm already married. My wife is great. I'm very happy. Jiang Tian said calmly. You're already married. Yuan Ning suddenly felt bitter, as if a piece of her heart was missing. Then there must be some regret. Chen Jiafu interrupted again. But this time, Yuan Ning didn't scold him. She just rolled her eyes at him. In fact, she wanted to ask the same question. Why would I regret it? Jiang Tian smiled. Song Shuangyan, one of the four beauties in Yanjing. She's from a noble family and is very talented. Don't you regret it? Chen Jiafu poked at Jiang Tian's sore spot. He couldn't hold it in anymore. He said proudly, her family has produced a few provincial leaders. The Song family's assets are tens of millions of Huaxia dollars. I'm afraid you're crying every night when you dream about it. How pitiful. This guy can be quite sharp-tongued sometimes. Hee, provincial leaders. Hundreds of billions of assets. Jiang Tian also smiled faintly and said, these rights, these riches, in your eyes, are unattainable, but in my eyes, they are like ants and dust, not worth mentioning at all. I can easily obtain them. Jiang Tian wasn't exaggerating at all. In terms of power, he was the Grand Preceptor of Singapore, the emperor of many small countries in Southeast Asia. How could he be inferior to a provincial leader? How about Yi Chita and Fan Xian? The governor of the border was a man of his word, but they were all suppressed by him. During this period of time, the two of them had repeatedly asked Secretary Yu to pass on a message to him, but he couldn't be bothered. How about Chao Shixiang? An important minister of the country, a pillar of the country, he was on the same level as him. How about Li Xianlong? The ruler of Singapore, one of the four little dragons of Asia, had to kowtow 3 times and 9 times for his own disciple. In terms of wealth, not to mention Medicine King Group's market value of hundreds of billions, not to mention Jiang Tian's net worth of trillions of Wuxia dollars, not to mention that he held the gold shares of the Guo family and had veto power. Even the South Korea's Moon Lee family could scare people to death. In addition, he had cooperated with Hilton and other financial groups and families in America. The amount of funds he could mobilize now was more than a few trillion. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was as rich as a country. But Qin Jiafu didn't like what he said. It was simply arrogant and boastful. The world's champion of fancy bragging immediately retorted, "You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."